Sheila and I are ready to dance. Are you?
Hey, yeah, I can dance. Who's Sheila?
My name is Bowen Fuller. I go by Monsoon and I compete in Apex Legends for Team Complexity. Apex Legends is my favorite game. It's just super complex, the dynamics and the layers that really inspires me and motivates me to learn more.
I'm the best player!
My teammates would describe me as a pretty aggressive Wraith. I tend to kind of overlook and overcommit to some fights to try and make those hero plays consistently.
This is the Apex Legends Global Series Summer Circuit, where the best Apex Legends competitors in the world battle in their region to take their shot at playing for glory, bragging rights, and their share of a $500,000 prize pool. When we met for the third Summer Circuit Super Regional, all eyes were on previous winners, Aim Assist, to see if they could pull off another dominating performance. Unfortunately, being the first team eliminated in the first game of the day put them out of the running. Despite the disappointing start, the former champs still managed to finish in 4th place. Instead, the day marked the return of the big names to the top of the leaderboard. Complexity only managed 1 win on the day, but piled up the kills to make up the difference and win the day. Complexity's Reptar had the most kills of any player on the day, with 16, almost half his team's total of 38. In doing so, Complexity also snagged its official spot in the America's Super Regional Summer Circuit Finals in September.
Yo! Get the f*** out of me! Reptar.
Team Liquid finished the day strong with a 13-kill game to edge out Imperial Hal for the 2nd place spot by 2 points. And all top 10 finishing teams secured their spot in today's Super Regional. Once again, the dropships are loading up with more Super Regional challengers, all vying to knock the crown off Complexity's heads. With players like Prodigy Aces from Team Superior and Claim Season from Free Smoke, all looking to wipe the champion squad and grab that 1st place trophy, prize money, and September playoff spot. It's time to find out which regions are going to surprise us. Who will pull out those devious, notorious rat strats? Who is going to outshoot, outthink, and outplay their rivals? Who's pushing with R99s and Mastiffs? And who's sitting back with a Kraber? Hit the jets, we're dropping hot. Welcome to the ALGS Summer Circuit Super Regionals.
Well, we meet you yet again on this Monday afternoon for the Pacific region and evening for the rest of the world. Hello, my name is Kate, and I am so excited, nay, delighted, to bring you back to the Apex Legends Global Series Summer Circuit Super Regional number 4, this time for the Americas. And of course, I couldn't do this alone. It's got to be Tom T Squared. Thank you so much for joining us yet again. How you doing on this Monday afternoon?
I'm so stoked. It could be a Friday because of how awesome of a day it is. Really, we should have tournaments on Monday more often. Maybe not. Sunday's still a good day. But hey, what better way to spend your Monday, whether you were at work or not, when you were watching the EMEA region? We're here for the NA finals now. The best players in the world duking it out, like we said, for their spot in the playoffs. It's going to be an exciting series of games.
It will indeed. And actually, let's take a look at that schedule. So we're going to be able to tell you what you're going to expect the rest of the day. Now, we've already had, as Tom mentioned, the EMEA finals happen this morning, and what a finals it really was. But we've got the Americas. So if you're in Los Angeles or New York, hey, listen, you made it through a Monday, and for that, we are so very proud. For those in London, Stockholm, you've made it past Monday. You are into Tuesday now, and we're so excited to have you here to watch some truly epic Apex gameplay. Because today is a Monday, but it will be a fun day. Tom?
Monday fun day. Yeah, why not, right? Let's
Sure.
make it happen. Really, any day is a gaming day. Let's be serious. It doesn't matter as long as it ends in Y. It's a day to play games.
No reason to argue with a man who knows a good point. Let's talk about what you're going to be seeing in our tournament format today, because of course we went through our regionals. Now this is where 113 teams from North America, 30 teams from South America came and duked it out to find their way to go ahead and meet the 10 teams that already qualified from our Super Regional number 3, which was a couple weeks ago. And now they're going to be joining them. 8 from the North American region, and of course 2 from South America. They're going to be joining them today for our Super Regional, our number 4, our last Super Regional of this summer circuit. makes you a little bit sad, but also super, super happy.
Yeah, and you can see features 6 matches. It's going to be a swap from the previous regional. It's going to start with Kings Canyon, and then it's going to go into World's Edge. So split 3 and 3. What's 3 plus 3, Kate? That's 6. We're not that bad at math.
Dude, that is fast math for me, my friend, and it is going to be a lot of fast gameplay, a lot of action, a lot of drama, but that would pretty much be the case here with us because that is Apex, and that's how we do. So yes, we've got our tournament format, and of course, it all leads somewhere, Tom. It leads somewhere, and that somewhere at this point are the playoffs. Now, as you mentioned, as we saw before, our Super Regionals, the top 3 from each Super Regional, well, they've got a playoff spot that they have they've marked their ticket to that playoff spot, and it's going to be great. Now, the top teams that qualify from those playoff spots will get there. Excuse me, I was a little bit confused there, but what I was going to say was that this is the interesting thing today, Tom. As we saw in EMEA, normally our top 10 teams from our Super Regionals, well, they get to continue on to the next Super Regional. They don't have to grind through regionals. Nay, because do you know what is next week, Tom?
It is the LCQ, aka the last chance qualifiers. So a lot of these teams, a handful of teams already got their spot, punched their ticket, but they're looking to gather more money, more points, and a lot more teams didn't get in, Kate.
That is very true. And so this will be their last chance to try and make it into that top 3. And of course, our Super Regionals, as I mentioned, they all lead to the playoffs. And several of these teams, this is something we'll see again and again, sort of as a theme throughout today's competition, which we saw earlier today in our EMEA region, is that there are some teams that are fighting for guts and glory. There are some teams that are fighting for a great payout. And then there are some teams that are just fighting to stay in the match, to stay in this playoff berth, to stay in the finals. And you know what? As we mentioned before, and Tom, I love deferring this to you because you bring it home for the real thing. They're also playing for a fair amount of cash.
Yeah, no doubt they're playing for respect amongst themselves, their respect amongst their teammates, but most importantly, they're playing for the cash, Kate. And of course, there's so much that comes with this. You have your spot going in for $500,000 if you place in this top 3 into the playoffs. That's where the big money is going to be. It's going to be like the Super Bowl of Apex. Basically, the pinnacle of this season is going to lie in that. But you have to start somewhere. We're in our 4th Super Regional right now. And still, plenty of teams looking to make a name for themselves. They're looking to get signed by organizations. There's so much on the line here.
There is really so much on the line. And a nice little mention here, of course, our last chance qualifiers, they will give people 2 people from each region, and we're covering the NA and EU regions for our show. But we've also got some other regions, and so there's only 2 from each of those regions that are going to be able to make it through that last chance qualifier. So there's a lot of different parts to this puzzle. There's a lot of different things that could happen. There's a lot of different things that could go down, and I'm so excited. I'm speaking way too fast. Yikes. At any rate, let's take a look at our overall standings because this is going to tell us a little bit of what the competition is going to be today. So take a look at this Americas. Now, Tom, we're no stranger to seeing Team Solo Mid right at the tippy top.
Yeah, a lot of these teams at the top, they haven't moved. Very similar to my hair. Hasn't moved in a while either. So I'm looking at, again, these top teams to come through and not slow down, even though they've punched their ticket through. Look, listen, TSM, they haven't won consistently recently, but we know that they've been the best team for quite some time. Right behind them is Complexity. No strangers to winning. They've been winning a lot of the weeklies that they won the last previous regional. Rogue surprisingly had a rough go over the weekend, and I don't believe we're going to be seeing them this weekend. So that's probably the most surprising thing overall when we go and take a look at the next graphic, which is going to be which teams are actually there. But a lot of familiar names here, a lot of familiar faces, and we can expect to see these guys, again, duking it out in the final circle.
I think, and as I always do, I like to name which of these teams has the favorite of my names this week, and it Did We Make It is currently at what looks like number 19, and they have my heart, they have my love, so there's that. But you're absolutely right. The teams are 10 through 20 here, 11 through 20. Those are the teams you're going to look for the hunger. Those are the teams that have ground their way. Ground? Can we say ground, Tom? Grinded?
Yeah, why not?
They've worked real hard to be here. And I should also mention
their butts, Kate.
You know what? This is why you have the words, and I tee you up and you do the job, and I love it so much. So this is definitely going to be a stellar competition, certainly, and we've got some teams that want it for different reasons and some teams that are motivated by different things. And as we mentioned, the regionals happened over the last couple days, and so there are some people that are kind of a little bit warmer than others because some just got right into this competition based on their last results from our Super Regional number 3. So that might also have something to do with their momentum, might it, Tom?
Yeah, momentum's everything. The teams that start off hot tend to do really well. You take a look at Amos's two regionals ago, completely dominate to start. And we just saw a couple of minutes ago in the opening video, where they were the first team to die actually in the first game in the previous regional as well. So they have to just come out hot. All these teams do. They have to pick their spot. They most likely already have their landing spots as we take a look in alphabetical order, most likely. What teams to watch, because you don't want anybody playing favorites here, because keep in mind, everybody, this is not going to be exactly how the top 5 plays out. These are just teams to look out for because they deserve it. They've been consistent, but everybody's here on this top 20 deserves. Did we make it? Yes, you guys made it. You are in the tournament. You're in the finals. Congratulations. Watch out for any one of these teams to do really well and win it, but this is the 5 we narrowed it down to.
And I gotta tell you, it's always so hard to get Tom to try and narrow it down to 5 because there are just so many teams, and it's kind of like it's like pulling teeth, Tom. And I love you for it because to your point, there are so many incredible storylines and so many great competitional elements to each of these teams, and there are so much. We saw it before, 117, I think it was, teams from NA to try just to get to this point, just to get here. And so it is a pro competition to be sure. But one of those things that we want to make sure we showcase are some of our players, because you like to see the person behind the controller, the person behind the mouse and keyboard. And Tom, it sounds like we're going to be coming alongside Complexity today. Is that right?
Yeah, this guy is a mouse and keyboard player for sure, because he's just an absolute crack fiend. So he's insane at the game, and he is one of the fastest moving players, fastest thinking players, and one of the most fun to watch.
Fast like a monsoon. Let's take a look.
Destroy that guy on top.
I'm gonna get behind him. I'm gonna get behind him, guy.
If I told you my team's strategy, I'd probably have to kill you.
Get out of my game, dude!
What's going on, everybody? My name is Bowen Fuller. I go by Monsoon, and I compete in Apex Legends for Team Complexity. I grew up in the Bay Area of California during my prime years of high school and middle school, and spent on and off about 2 years homeless. Throughout all of the homelessness, the one thing that I did keep was my computer, competing in Overwatch, Realm Royale, so many different games, trying to make anything work. A lot of times I've set up my PC in friends' houses or PC cafes or hotels or anywhere that I really could to kind of get on and practice. I quit my restaurant job and moved to Las Vegas to fully commit to Apex. Luckily enough, I've been given the opportunity to kind of make my own way, be sustainable, and here we are.
I'm the best player!
Signing to Complexity is the best thing that's ever happened in my life. This organization is the best org in the entire world. Honestly, it's a dream come true. Overall, just best time of my life the last 7 months here with Complexity. I play Wraith for my team in competitive.
Behind you, right behind you, right behind you, behind you. I know.
56, 84.
My teammates would describe me as a pretty aggressive Wraith. I tend to kind of overlook and overcommit to some fights to try and make those hero plays consistently. The meta for Complexity right now is we're running Wraith, Gibraltar, and Bloodhound. Bloodhound for the scans, Gibraltar for the bubble reset, and the Wraith for the aggressive playstyle that rotates as well.
Great shots can be put in. Guess who it is? None other than Monsoon himself.
Going into Summer Circuit number 3, we picked up iShiny as a third, and the tryouts went super smoothly.
Absolutely destroying with the massive, gets the whole squad wiped.
The tournament overall was super clinching. There's a lot of pivotal points.
And ends up getting killed by Complexity with a clean third party. Good job for Complexity.
I personally realized I won the tournament right after we eliminated TSM.
Complexity bringing it out on top with 68 points.
Finally being able to get a win, especially in a major tournament, is honestly life-changing. It kind of validates myself as a player and a person, knowing that I've been striving and thriving in the scene of Apex. And I'm just hoping that we can continue to grow and continue to take wins.
I don't know what is a better way to explain the passion and the power of esports than that story right there. I mean, my goodness, T-Squared, you have been in this scene for a while. What do you think of what we just saw?
I mean, Monsoon deserves everything that he's got, and he's going to get even more, guys. If you don't follow this guy, make sure you do. Go watch his stream. Go support him and his teammates. And Apex, it's such an uplifting community. There's so many stories that come in. Monsoon's just one of them. But it's so great to see these profiles. And again, he deserves everything that he's got, and one of the most talented players I've ever seen. Much respect to him.
That is 100% the truth, man. And I so appreciate these player profiles. Big up to our cast and crew for making that happen, our production team. Now, we actually have a tweet. One of the things we love to do on this show is showcase you, our community. And looks like watching ALGS, wait, from the RCO Esports headquarters. Tom, my goodness. This looks like it was
That's us.
That's us. That guy looks familiar. So does she. Interesting. Fantastic. This is awesome.
That's such a nice setup. That's such a nice setup right there. Shout out to the RCO squad. Big time gamers. Great organization. Love this green screen in the background. And thank you for the tweet, Nando. Great setup.
Absolutely, man. Wow.
Oh, you just won yourself 1,000 Apex coins,
You did.
brother.
Great segue, Tom. So actually, let me explain what Tom means. If you weren't with us this morning for our EMEA, you don't know yet, but you could be 1,000 Apex coins richer soon. Here's the deal. We like to showcase your tweets, whether it's animal related, fan art, a crazy setup like we just saw. Well, now we're going to give you some coins for doing just that. So here's how it works. Make sure that if you want to tweet at us, follow us at Play Apex. You got to be following us, and then use the hashtag ALGS in that tweet. And if we feature you, like we just did Nando, you get 1,000 Apex coins, Tom. 1,000.
Yeah. Again, 10 chances at a Heirloom. It's going to happen. Get your tweets towards us. We want to see your setups.
We do. That is something that we drool over, setups and small dogs. But I digress. At any rate, make sure that you can stay up to date on all things Apex. Here's how you do it. You follow us at Play Apex. Use that hashtag ALGS. If you would like to subscribe, it's free to our YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. If you'd like to follow us on Twitch, it's twitch.tv/PlayApex. And to Tom's point, it's all free.
Love free stuff. All the free stuff. Free to play a game, free to play everything.
I mean, could you get any better? I won't even give you a chance to answer because the answer is no. At any rate, yes, so we're going to be here all day. We've started off in our EMEA region earlier, but now it's the Americas. It's South America. It's North America. It is the clash of the Titans, to be sure. Tom, is there one thing you're looking forward to most? Is there a team? We've already been through your top fives, but is there something you're looking forward to, a comp, something else?
I just want to see who's going to come out swinging, because the teams that come out hot are the teams that tend to do extremely well. So good luck to all the teams and enjoy the show, everybody.
Well, I certainly will enjoy the show, and you are not wrong about coming out hot. Let's see which team it is that's going to fire it up first. And to do that, we're going to go ahead and toss it to our fabulous casting staff, Ray Day and Daltouche. But first, check this out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to some ALGS. We've got a finals here for North America this time around. To kick it off, of course, I am Rain Day, but I'm joined by none other than Daltouche, who has been hanging out with us today in EMEA and now in NA. We get to start it off today, man. Happy to have you here. And, you know, what's the vibe? What's the Touche vibe, man? Open it up for us.
Thank you so much, Rain. I'm feeling good. I'm very excited. We have a highly anticipated North American bracket coming at you all today. This bracket is absolutely stacked to the brim with the most talented individual players in Apex, but not only the most talented individual players, but some of the best teams Apex has to offer. My hands are sweaty, my pits are sweaty, my back is sweaty. I don't know if it's the lights in the room, or I don't know if it's just the anticipation of these games coming up, but I'm super excited to be here casting for you all.
I feel like I have to say mom spaghetti after that as well, man. But and it's also it's probably the lights, because they turn my lights up too. I'm starting to get a little hot we got the jackets on, man. You know, we're making it look good, and I think the gameplay is going to look just as good as well, man. And segue you into that too. I mean, you know, we know you play for content, but you have the skill of somebody who is at a pro level. That's why people love watching you. We love having you on here for your insight. But who, in your mind, is some of the teams or players you're going to be looking out for today?
Well, you have to say TSM. You have to bring TSM to the conversation every time. They have the poise, they have the composure, they know what it takes to win, and it just comes down to the game. I mean, really, do they get the circle? Do they get the right picks? Do they get picked off? TSM is always in the conversation. Complexity won the last one, so look out for them as well. Shout out Monsoon, and of course, you know I got to rep my boys in aim assist. Shout out Controller Gang. They always have a chance of winning.
Controller Gang as well. Do you think it's worth it getting into the controller conversation here? Is it necessary? Have we all talked about it enough?
I mean, I'm always down. I don't know if it's the right time or place, but I'm always down. Let me know.
All right. Well, we will maybe save that for a nice tangent or intersection throughout the cast as well. Right. Let's just, on your screen, acknowledge that the points and scoring are the same as they've been for every Apex event so far. But if you are just joining us, it is 12 points for first, 9 points for second. And of course, when you get those kills, they are 1 point each. And so we've probably seen the highest points, probably 28 to 36 is probably what you're going to see as far as really when somebody goes off. And, you know, that's all going to depend on how you're playing, what team comp you have, who's popping off, you know. But also, I think sometimes it has to do with the map, Touche. And some of these maps lend themselves to more, I think, fast-paced gameplay and more intense and I think close encounters, and that's kind of where Kings Canyon comes to mind, where we're going to be playing the first 3 games, and then, of course, the last 3 games on World's Edge. But what do you think about that? Do you think Kings Canyon kind of offers a little bit more of a firefight type style?
I believe so. There's a lot more open areas to catch teams rotating in. Unfortunately, the cover ordeal is not great, so you get caught rotating in the open. You're probably going to have at least 2 teams shooting at you, maybe 3, depending on how late in the game you're at. World's Edge, however, has those choke points, the train yard choke, the 2 grassy hills, if you will. Those choke points are very vital as well. But at the end of the day, you know, it's just going to come down to who shoots their gun better.
You know, that actually is a great point, because I think in shooters, we do sometimes overcomplicate situations. You know, oh man, what a rotation. I mean, I can't believe they're running this character. How could they have done that? But when you look back at the clip, you're just like, dude, you know, I missed half my shots and he hit all of his. It's just that simple sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that happens.
You're pointing to yourself.
I mean, it happens. I miss all my shots. I go down and I say, "Where's my team?" Or I'm lagging. You know, it's definitely not my fault that I missed all my shots. I got to blame it on something else. And that's just what we do.
I mean, listen, you could be like, look, I took all their bullets. I have all their bullets. How can you guys not be alive and killing all of them, right?
Exactly. I came in, I distracted. I let them know that we were coming to fight. I came in with power. You know, I flexed up. I missed. Of course, I missed. But y'all need to follow me up and bring the same energy to the fight.
Touche, I feel you, man. I mean, this is, you know, sacrilegious what's going on in your games. I hope that gets better. I hope we don't have to see that for some of these pro teams as well, as we do transition to what they're trying to get together for, you know, really why they're here. We have 6 or 7 teams already qualified in North America for the playoffs. And obviously, we've been going through the list in ourselves. We'll bring it up as we get in the game, which is coming up in just a moment. But some teams that are really on that bubble, that fringe. We've got like the CLG squad, the Madness squad, Pow Pow and Vax, and we were looking also at teams like NRG, who are essentially in a great spot to qualify for ALGS points, but would love to maybe finish strong, kind of carry that momentum that team has kind of been building almost since the beginning of Apex with all the roster changes, and really cement it with a top 3 finish here. Do you think anybody's going to come? Like, how do you feel about CLG's chances maybe being on the fringe as far as points and having to perform today?
The points are important. That's what's going to, you know, qualify you or disqualify you. But I think for the time being, the teams need to focus on just today. Block out the bigger situation and focus on popping off today, making sure your comms are on point, making sure your rotation's on point. Don't make stupid mistakes. Shoot your gun right. Hit them where it hurts. And go out there and win. Have fun.
There you go, man. I love the words. We'll get much more as the game continues here. We are kicking it off on Kings Canyon, and this is going to be the first of 3 games on this map, and then we'll have a bit of a halftime and go to World's Edge to finish it out. Fallout and Blaze will be casting games 2, 4, and 6 to wrap it up, and me and Touche being 1-3-5 and kicking it off as well. We've got Godsent at Kubski, Hierarchy, and Euban, a team that is electric and comms, so much fun to watch as well, and in a great position to find themselves in the playoffs, sitting pretty. They're going to land and look to kind of start rotating here, splitting up that loot. Maybe a little bit late is Euban, but getting a little scout off as well, seeing if anybody landed close by, and they're going to have all this space just get geared up.
Yeah, Hydro's not, or yeah, sorry, Hydro is not too bad. Repulsor's a little bit better than Hydro. And they also split it between Map Room and Repulsor. So whatever team is over there is actually going to be in a really good situation when it comes to loot. They're going to have a lot of loot to split up. They're probably going to end up rotating to circle after hitting the Map Room, the Crypto scan that reveals all enemies. So they're going to be able to pinpoint their path that they want to take to the circle that will have the least amount of confrontation. And they'll probably be rolling in with some perps, some blues, maybe some golds. You never know, but they got a lot of loot. Things are looking good for them.
Absolutely, and you could see here, there's just so much value from Millions Gaming, one of our representatives. Gosh, I am just slipping here. I'm going to find out where they are. I know Fallout was just talking about it, but I believe South American representative here in this America's finals, and doing really well as far as those points. And of course, Complexity, who could miss the Bloodhound Heirloom, the one I'm missing. This is completing my 6 out of 6 heirlooms, Touche. Are you a big heirloom fan here?
On PS4, I had a few of them. I switched to PC recently. I believe I have the Lifeline, the Wraith, and the Octane. I'm missing the Path. That kind of hurts my soul a little bit because I play Path a lot. I like the Bloodhound one, but you know I haven't really been playing him. But it is nice to see him in the rotation, Complexity, pulling him out. The scans are actually pretty vital. You think they're not that important, but they come in pretty big when I've been playing with the Bloodhound in rank. So it's nice to see them pulling it out.
And you can see here, Sentinels, obviously a great squad, and have had some members drop in and out, playing some other games, and kind of really finding the value and the rhythm here. They're just going to be rotating and running the Caustic, Gibraltar, and Wraith in particular, one of the more, I think, adaptable lineups. They don't have that same mobility as you might see with a Pathfinder, Touche, but it does give you that kind of anything can happen, and we can have a strategy to deal with it, or at least buy some time and kind of get ourselves back on our feet before heading out into the fray.
Yeah, absolutely. If you ever find yourself in a bad situation with the cost they're going to give you on your team, you have the bubble that will provide you with about 10 to 15 seconds of cover to do whatever you want, loot, res, heal. And then once that pops, Caustic will already have his traps down, and you could shoot those to provide even more cover. It's not better than the Gibby bubble, but it does provide you a little bit of cover. They can't see through it, and it also deters enemies away from pushing you. So that's a big stall out comp. You'll probably see them playing edge of ring or maybe center circle or late game.
Fireback's in trouble here as well. We were just talking about them, and oh no, this is not what they wanted. It's Nocturnal trying to find a little bit. And that's Liquid getting involved on CLG, having the high ground as well. We all know how that one turns out, and so they are finding so much damage here. The Prowler and the Mastiff is going to complete the deal, but it's not all CLG out yet, Touche. There's still one more alive. Liquid trying to finish it off, though.
And it looks like a third party might be coming in from Containment. Not sure if that's the one remaining member of CLG fighting or a third, but CLG's third is going to have to dip. It is very risky. Yep, and it is Madness running up the hill, just trying to get out and play his life. They do not want to go out entirely this early in the game. They're not going to have as many points as they need to have a decent standing after game one. So he's just going to dip, and we're going to be seeing him rat for a long time. But he is approaching another team, and they are going to see him in a second. Yep, shot fired. Does he get the phase off? He is literally 1 HP, and he's just going to try to slide off and die. That is unfortunate. He gets lasered from some incredible height up top.
And that is just not what you wanted to see. We talked about a fringe team, and CLG was really the one that was mentioned because they are about 7-8 points currently from the overall leaderboards of qualifying in the current spots that we have here, which there's 9 spots right now, assuming teams repeat and win in the top 3. But if new teams win, and CLG is not a part of that, there is going to potentially be only 6 spots, and that would push them out based on their current points here in the ALGS standings. So they need to show up. Really rough start here in game 1. We'll have to see how they bounce back here throughout games 2 and 6. But the G7 Scout obviously working very well for many teams there. Liquid as well, and of course 303, who find themselves using some of those bunkers that have opened recently for kind of the story points of
I gotta interrupt. When did I don't know if I've been sleeping a little bit. When did this hole in the ground get here? Have I not been on the game for that long? What happened?
You know, one of these days they're going to open one and it's just going to show up in the middle of a tournament. You know, players are going to be like, wait, what the? Where did this come from?
That would be interesting. That would be very interesting.
It would be. Didn't know what it is, and it's all just some prank. There's no loot down there. Closes in on you. You just get caught out, die to zone damage. That would be not what we want there. But those have been pretty cool. How do you feel like the talent takeovers? We did talk about this with Blaze a bit, but how do you feel as a player who maybe is playing at a high level in this game? You know, just those town takeovers and the stuff in the environment and the new changes to the map impact you and your competitiveness. And is it a good thing? Is it something that takes a little time to get used to?
Absolutely. I think any changes that we see to Apex Legends, like an update, a big patch, it all kind of brings us all together. It brings back that spark, that passion that we all love. So things get real sweaty after a patch. Everyone's playing ranked, everyone's grinding, and what the changes that they did recently to Kings Canyon, in my opinion, were amazing. They were much needed. The loot scarcity beforehand was a massive factor in Kings Canyon and people's dislike of it. And so they added about, I don't know, maybe 5 to 6 new POIs that people can land at and find loot. And so I think they did very well with that update.
Definitely excited about what that ends up being, you know, as far as Season 6 and what that adds. Of course, the new Legend as well. Excited about Rampart, and I kind of want to get your thoughts on that, but I do want to keep pace with what's happening here as we are at the North Watchtower. 19 squads still here, and, you know, we do see CLG, the only team who's gone out yet. And looking at this circle, it does feel like it could pull pretty much to a lot of different places, but maybe towards that Slum Lakes pit style right now, where a lot of teams seem to be congregating there, and those circles tend to be very contested.
Oh yeah, they get wacky. You're gonna have at least one team holding that big island up top in the middle. It's tough for them because they can get shot at from multiple angles pretty much the entire time, so they're gonna have a rough time keeping their heels up. But yeah, that circle is going to be fun if it ends somewhere below that island or somewhere in slums. It's a lot of tight quarters, a lot of rooms, a lot of buildings, so we should be in for something real exciting here coming up.
And then, of course, Monsoon, Reptar, McCarthy, Shiny. We used to be calling the McCarthy brothers, but only Shiny here on this one. And it is going to really help Complexity being so successful lately and kind of putting this aggressive nature into their style of play. I kind of look at them the way Alliance, I looked at in Europe, really kind of being the forefront runner of the Caustic introduced into the meta and really being successful. And they've done the same thing with Bloodhound, I think, for the Americas, to really say, you know, this is a character that doesn't get a lot of competitive looks like, you know, most of the other Legends do without really having to try, and they've made it work.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm loving the new changes. There's been a lot more Legends that have come into the competitive rotation, you could say. So you know, the versatility is great. It brings a lot more to the competitive scene.
All right, so 19 squads here. Just a little patience from these teams, really, especially in this type of situation, because when you head down the slope, you do have a bit of area to traverse before you feel good about your spot, especially since these choke points, as it gets later and later, start to get more and more contested, and everyone's got a scout. Feels like everybody and their mom has a scout right now, so you are not going to be able to get through these places without taking a little bit of damage, and that depends on your resources. Right here, Mr. Ben, he's actually found himself in his Revenant ult, putting that portal down, so they're going to be able to rotate, grab the Revenant ult as well just a little bit later, so they have extended duration on that for the Caustic, but he might just get bumped out of that right now thanks to the defensive bombardment.
Yeah, that was a good Gibby ult zoning them off. They were using the Revenant ult and Wraith ult combo. They were trying to get a free push, maybe go for some picks on aim assist, but that was a great Gibby ult placed on the end of the portal to send them back to the other side of the totem.
SG now getting done by Stunny. GS Bird as well, finding a few. And again, 19 squads still alive. Zone 2 about to finish in, and we're going to get to round 3 in a moment. MSG Wolf, he will finish off Stunna, and that is going to help him out and the squad to bring it down to 18 left. But aim assist, you mentioned them, the controller gang. What is it about these guys? I mean, you've been watching them. You kind of pointed them out in your top 3 to look at. They've already qualified, but what makes these guys so successful?
I mean, those are my boys, but the thing is, they weren't always in this position. They weren't always on PC. They worked really, really hard to get where they're at. They practiced all the time. They never gave up, even when things weren't going their way, and they deserve every bit of success that has come their way now.
And Touche, as we see these charge rifles hit, maybe a bit of an engagement starting to, I don't know, develop here, and obviously still patiently pushing this. Don't want to overcommit now. Is that something that you feel from a competitive standpoint, or at least in your career and what you've done, has that been the difference, just the willingness to keep going, despite how things look now, kind of trusting that bigger vision?
Absolutely. How you gonna give up when the going gets tough? You gotta stick through it always. That's life.
Big lessons there as well. Bringing in the life lessons as well as the Apex knowledge. That's why we got Touche on the cast. And of course, we are kicking it off game 1 here of North America as we continue to follow along as this gets a little bit closer. Again, we mentioned that Slum Lake's kind of ending, so teams still playing buildings as long as they can. That little high ground is where you mentioned kind of being the most desirable spot in some ways, but also the spot most people are looking at. So going to be a little difficult if you're not there, or at least if you're there and you're trying to hold it, to do both of those objectives, and you kind of got to hope for a bit of luck on your side as well. And so far they've got it. Most teams, being a little bit more conservative, especially looking here at RCO Esports, just playing a little bit safer.
You see a fight going down between Aim Assist and another team. Designful just popped a Phoenix kit while on 1 HP, so clearly the other team won that first engagement. It looks like it's NRG versus Aim Assist. They're both holding different sides of this little valley right here. I'm not sure if they're going to commit to anything. Oh, looks like Designful gets taken out by another team, and Gent is going to have to portal out, get the Gibby out of there before the bubble pops. They're just going to look for a safe place to hang out.
And Touche, I think that's Liquid. I think that's Liquid getting in on the fray here as well. And, I'm actually very interested in looking at how Gentrifying plays this, and maybe how NRG plays this, considering the fact that they are now maybe getting third-party here, or at least getting involved with potential Liquid if they see the opportunity. NRG, though, 2 blues, a purple right now onto Frex. Feeling pretty confident here. And this team has been, a very high performer as of late, in my opinion. One of the teams that I've always been keeping an eye out, not just because of, their name, but I think just because of their story, their uniqueness of kind of the highs and lows in Apex, and really kind of finding their way out of it throughout these last few months, getting ready for these playoffs.
Absolutely. ACU used to be on the roster. We all miss him very much. They have come up with some solid substitutes on the roster, no doubt. They have proven that as they push in here. Even shot going out with the Eva. Beats the Mastiff on Albertelli. This is NRG versus TSM right now. Albertelli goes down to get the third. Allen Rep probably dipped on that. They said they don't want any smoke anymore. Oh, looks like House coming back in. Gets some good damage on Nathan. Rex peeking. Oh, look at Protectful. Never mind. Protectful comes in with the third party before dipping out. And the rest of TSM probably scattered, knowing that Albertelli is dead and gone.
And that is Want to Protect attack coming in, as you mentioned, with Protectful, Frankie and Ack. They tried to get involved, but they didn't want, like you mentioned, the smoke. And I think Hal, as well as Reps, played that one a little safer. Normally, TSM so good at rotating early, still could have, and it was really just NRG who were pushing into their space at that point. So NRG on the late rotation kind of send off a cascade of events. And now Sentinels watching close by. They're able, with the G7 Scout, to find Protectful, who had gotten involved in that engagement. And that's just kind of how it goes. I mean, you got to expect that if you take the risk like that, you are potentially going to get third-partied, and that is exactly what's happening here. It's just not as much of a commitment as we've seen NRG pull, and that did not really work out for either team, losing Albertelli there in the process.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many buildings in this tight little area. If you take the risk and engage in a fight, you could almost bet that there's going to be a team movement right now. We pick. We take down the bubble. That's a good phase by Wraith right there. Getting out barely, and they're going to hold underneath these pipes. Then going down in the storm. Rocker's going to need to heal that HP out, but it looks like they're going to be able to reset here as TSM Imperial Hal is getting picked in top right on the kill feed. Things have slowed up for NRG. And look at the circle, it is completely fizzled out. Most of the people are just sitting in slums for now. It's going to be a tough rotation getting out of here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, right? You're safe right now, but you've got to almost commit to this low ground, or you've got to push a team that's got a better route than you. And again, rotating more towards that central spot, the high ground, I don't know what team is on there, but they are sitting way prettier than any other team that's kind of having to fight their way over towards that side, Touche. And you can see Macaroni Tony he's popping his Phoenix kit. He only needs 2 shield cells to get the job done, but he's like, why waste those when I could just pop this Phoenix? I won't have time for it anyway, since this is about to get hectic in a minute.
Yeah, there's going to be a race to the edge of this circle, and you see a push going down right there on that building. Nando looking for some third-party shots, but the bubble has zoned him off. Looks like NRG and TSM are fighting. Helping Crank in a phase to get back inside the building. Macaroni Tony, a.k.a. Bronzy, just vibing. Looks like Fresh is getting the res on Nathan. And they may have taken out TSM right there. Reps his death box. Getting pretty.
They definitely got Rep and they got Hal. That's it. TSM is out. NRG. Wow, they started the fight, too, and they finished it. So that is complete control and confidence, I think, from NRG. Obviously, TSM in a bad spot, kind of in between a rock and a hard place. Not really exciting spots to go as we look at Solafide here with the other McCarthy brother and Pride and Metro staring at that team on high ground. Again, we haven't seen their POV yet in this game, so we're not quite sure who that is. But we know that Solafide's got their eyes on them. That is almost like location number 1 that teams are trying to figure out if they can do it. Getting some decent damage.
Yeah, that is some very annoying damage. It's a single fire R3 right there. That is going to definitely cost the enemy shields for sure. They're in a solid spot. They're in circle over there. You see the team on top now. It is free smoke. Odd freestyle going down. Rambo with 1 HP dropping off the mountain as a Watson. His Wraith is going to need to portal him up ASAP. Or he's just going to sit there.
And I misspoke. I thought I saw aim assist for a second, but no, that is free smoke, like you mentioned, sitting up there. And that is the issue with that spot. Everyone wants it. Everyone's looking at it. You have the best position. You don't have to be in this fray. And if you could just last, you'll probably top 5 here. But NRG, they've been fighting through it. This is like the veterans who have been through it all, seen the darkest of days, and made it out to tell the tale. So they feel like they should be able to compete with whatever shows up. Right now, there's about 3 teams, 1 above, 1 below, and 1 to the left of them. But Rocker looking for the EVA 8, trying to find a couple of shots there. He's going to purple body swap, Touche. And also inside, look at that, Urice. He is going to be helped up, actually helping up, excuse me. Zanile is taken, and RKN, they're just going to be trying to survive this onslaught. But Urice has time to heal, and RKN is going to get down for it.
Brother, it is an absolute mess down here. You see all the bodies on the silhouettes through the buildings. People are getting aggressive, then falling back. It is just a mess. There are so many bodies going back and forth, dealing damage, getting knocks, falling back, trading damage left and right. So it's going to be crazy when the circle closes in 40 seconds. People are going to have to portal in. And now you see that island is still a little bit in circle. So the people that stood up there for the longest, they took annoying damage throughout the game, but they will end up having that height that was so important. That's why they got there earlier to begin with.
And if you're not, really the team I would be most worried about if I were them. Touche, what do you think? I feel like Solafide's been out of all this fray, and they might be able to set a zipline up and just contest that. If they get enough poke, if they get it down, that's the team I would be looking at, but I don't know what you think their biggest threat is, or if they've just got that top secured.
I don't think it's too much of a threat. If they have the guts to zip line up there on a straight line without the zip line juggle available, and they get up there, good for them. But I think that's way too much of a risk for them to do that.
You're probably right at this point. I think teams are having to get desperate if that's going to be their route. And again, so far it's been so good. Joey Blackout, we talked about him so often. Team Superior sitting up there in the superior position. Looking to fight against Clayton as well, and it is Solafide. They zip up there. Look at that, Touche, and they get the kill, and they take him down. Wow, look at this. And actually, no, this is remaining. It's still the low ground. We had done a fast swap, but that's NRG that Solafide took out.
Still 6 squads up. There are a lot of people just hiding, maybe on the low ground, maybe behind that rock over there. Petty Boss, last one alive. Trying to get some shield cells off, switches to a bat. He's in a very bad spot. Monsoon getting a res. I don't know if he'll be able to get the reset. Spirit is on top and just peppering with the G7 from above. You're not going to be able to get a res. With all that damage coming in. Tries to hit a portal to escape. Doesn't get it. Reptar and Monsoon go down. Now Busby and Joey Blackout have pretty much free reign to put out as much damage as they can. But the ammo, if you look at Busby's ammo, he's only got I'm not going to do that math, but he doesn't have much ammo.
Yeah, it's 36, right? 36, right? I think he's not got too many shots. Let's put it that way. Zanal's taken, and Uri's HRN. They are alive, as well as Petty Boss. He is alive from Smile. So it is Solafide and Superior and Smile, and I believe HRN, who might still be alive in this one. There's one other squad who is also creeping up in there. But you can see the high ground been so important. He's almost guaranteed the top 5. The R99 shots are there. Touche hit the wingman, but he's not able to look for the finish. He's going to get into the void right away, and that is going to be Petty Boss going down to Joey Blackout for Team Superior.
If this truck is still in the circle, that is going to be the biggest point of fighting right now, and that's what you see. Push going down, Gibby Bubble getting popped. One knock already, 2 knocks already. Gibby, the last one standing on this team, and just gets rolled through. HRN popped off against that team. They stood no chance. They might be in a 3v1v1 perhaps, not sure. Uri's trying to put up the in with R9. Pathfinder grappling in, looks like all 3 doesn't get much damage at all, goes down instantaneously. And Petty Boss, last one alive, he just stands there taking the L, but that is okay with him because he ratted out that second place when he should have been probably 6th or 7th. And that's how you do it. That's how you rat. What a game.
And you know what? That's how you close it out. Touche with the play-by-play hype cast right there. I just sat back and listened. I was like, that's all we need. A pleasure to have you, brother. It was fun. And, I think the coolest thing there is we got to see a game in Kings Canyon, which a circle we were both familiar with, a circle we kind of talked about the dynamics of, but also every team playing with kind of like, you've been given this hand, right? And almost in poker, and you got to make the best of it. And these teams all did their best. You could see NRG having to go through TSM on the low ground, Solafide having to kind of keep an eye on I think Team Superior and anyone who had the high ground, while also fighting that low ground and not really being able to zip line up there. And then we saw HRN almost just, I don't know, in my opinion, felt like they kind of snuck through being the main focus of any particular team.
Absolutely. They were sneaking around. On Solafide, they were positioning themselves in that little village kind of underneath the mountain pretty much the entire game. They did well with the initial push into the circle. However, they got pushed by HRN, who I agree with. They kind of just snuck around, didn't they? I didn't really see anything on the kill feed with them. I saw them in the bottom part by the lower staircase near the respawn beacon. They did get knocked once, but they got respawned and they figured it out, and they just had a great push on that 3v3 at the end with the Gibby, and they just fried the 2v3 and then the 1v3 to win the game.
I mean, you make it alive with 3 teams left, and they're all crippled and only have 1 or 2 players, and you've got 2 purple shields and Gibby on an Evo shield. That's going to be a strong in-game fight for any team, and you could tell that HRN has it. So good start for them. Not any of the teams that we had on our list to watch, and that just makes this narrative that much more interesting to see how it progresses throughout games 2 through 6. But that's game 1. HRN is your winner, and for more and to get us ready for game 2, let's send it back to the desk with Kate and Tom.
Haha! Thank you so much, Rain Day and Daltouche. Tom, what's interesting about this is that we get to see sort of that verticality that we know and love, right? At this point, HRN came out on top, and, it's funny they just mentioned we didn't really see this coming. Tom, did you see this coming?
Yeah, only one team out of our teams to watch out of the top 5 made it into the top 5 right there, and that was Team Liquid. So a great job, whoever that was, ratting it out towards the very end. But HRN, amazing job by them. That's what Apex is all about. That circle right there. Everybody knows where that circle is. Yeah, it's in slums. It's a little bit far, but there's a lot of areas that you can go over towards, but everybody wants that high ground, which Team Superior had. Unfortunately for them, they were down a player and they got 3rd place because of that. Otherwise, it could have been a very even 3v3. And if it was a 3v3, you never know if Liquid comes in and cleans that up with the solo rat. So HRN playing it perfectly, as Daltouche was saying, taking control of that truck was absolutely pivotal. So a fantastic job, great awareness of the map, and hats off to them. Again, flying under the radar, maybe something that you want to do, but now everyone's going to be looking out for them after that dub, Kate.
You are not wrong, my friend. I will also say that, we like to keep our eyes open for those big teams. And right now, currently, TSM is at the top of our overall leaderboards. Tell me a little bit about how, their low ground fight against NRG didn't come out on top. Certainly, they didn't come out in that final circle as our winners for this game 1.
Yeah, TSM lost someone fairly early, so unfortunate for them that they weren't able to snowball together as 3, because that's when they're going to be the strongest. NRG was snowballing pretty hard, but they ran into a lot of resistance on that side of the map. A lot of teams were coming over towards that side, and as the guys were saying, HRN kind of worked their way around and weaseled their way around. While doing so, picked up a lot of kills, 10 kill points overall, so they're going to bust out 22 points for their first game. Fantastic job for them. But Liquid, Superior, right there with them. And as we were saying on our teams to watch, there was 5 of them. Only Team Liquid out of those 5 have made it here towards the top 5. But can't count a complexity. Remember, these guys always sit there and flirt in that top 10 area and always have a handful of kills.
You are not wrong. Let's take a look at our overall standings, because of course those are going to be the big ones that are going to lead us to and from our playoffs here. HRN, of course, topping our leaderboards, and you know, not too shabby here. I mean, obviously they're ahead, but they're not some completely out of the realm of possibility. This is not, you know, a 27, 28, 30 game, 30 point number 1 here, Tom. It seems like, as per usual, game 1 means it's anybody's game.
And that's how solid all these teams are, though. When you go and you look at a team like CLG, super unfortunate by them that they ended up splitting off and not taking Madness's portal, because Madness was putting them in the correct spot to go over towards slums. But a majority of these teams died over towards slums, towards that zone. Everybody knew where that was going to go. A team like Aim Assist died in the back end there, and even TSM and Protectful and his team were over there fighting it out in slums when all that third partying was happening. So nobody was expecting that many teams to be there, but it's the finals and people are rotating fairly quickly.
Exactly. And I will say, you know, this is the America's Super Regional number 4, and we had our EMEA region just this morning. And I always like to look at the 2 different regions because it's so interesting, the play style. This morning we saw way aggressive. We saw right at the beginning early aggression leading to some incredible final circles. And this game 1, I'm actually kind of surprised at the Americas region here for not being as aggressive right at the top. Am I wrong? Is that something that we usually see?
Well, it's also the terrain and where the zone's going to go. So when you look at a zone like Slum Lakes and there's so many buildings, they're able to pile up and coexist in a very small area. So a lot of teams get in and just rat into a certain spot. There's a lot more hiding spots. A lot of these zones that we saw in the EMEA region were out in the open, very unforgiving circles earlier. So that's something that may happen, you know. The rest of these games, we may see some crazy unorthodox circles. We may see some out in the open, but that circle right there, it's very well known. It's a very old circle. We've seen that since the beginning of Apex if you put in a lot of time over towards pubs, ranks, scrims, and even tournaments.
Wow. Well, we actually have some great highlights to take a look at. The Apex played the way God intended. Let's take a look here right now. Tom, bring me through all of the goodness you're seeing on your screen.
Yeah, so this is the final fight for HRN here, where they're starting to kind of gauge what's going on. You see 5 squads left, 10 people, and this is the big burst that gets Senile and the rest of the squad going. Completely ripping that guy for, I believe, over 150. Urice is there to back it up with the red Evo shield on Gibby, which is just absolutely insane late game. Great bubble here that they can always retreat to. Bubble comes down, but they already get the knock, and they just can continue to push in. So right here is where they basically win the game, because you have a rat, and then you have a team of 2 that's going to fall down from the top. So they just cross up elimination, figure out where these guys are, check themselves behind this gen and also behind the truck. That team flies in. That's going to be Team Superior. And then Liquid flies in and realizes there's no way that he's going to go and be able to 1v3 that one. So HRN really started off from that burst and just sticking together with all 3 of their teammates. And since they had all of their resources and all of their players with them, they were able to turn that into a dub.
Wow. Well, you know, HRN, as we mentioned, they are now definitely one of our teams to watch. They found their way up to the top and got that W, as you mentioned. But we want to talk about you, because we just love you so much, because our community is the best. And Tom, I know you are definitely one for our tweets, and it is, of course, time to see exactly what you had to say. But first, a reminder. Now you're taking a look. Oh, God, the family. I love this family. And by the way, Tom, am I the only person that's like legit jealous of that guy's stash?
Oh, totally. He's got the Mirage stash going, looking extremely good. The family getting it together on the couch, snuggling in, getting ready for some Apex. Can't have a better way to spend your Monday. Thanks for the tweets. And you got 1,000 Apex coins.
Yes! Exactly, Tom. Remember, use hashtag ALGS when you are tweeting us, and follow us at PlayApex, which of course they did. And guess what? A second one Oh, this is my favorite. The reinforcement for Solafide, Rafiki the Rally Rabbit. Try saying that 3 times fast.
No chance. No chance. I love the Rally Rabbit. Just saying Rally Rabbit is difficult enough, but how cute is that? And look at all the little figurines there. I believe they could be Funkos, they could be just miniature figures. It doesn't matter, but look how handsome the guys are behind that as well.
What are those guys with their complexity comes and their delightful casting? I'll tell you what a delight to have them featured in your tweets and now on our show, because you get 1,000 Apex coins. Exactly, Tom, which is something that I think people definitely need to hear about. And hey, if you want to keep up with all the Apex action, why wouldn't you? Go ahead, as I mentioned, follow us at PlayApex on Twitter. You can also use that hashtag ALGS. And if you'd like to subscribe for free to our YouTube channel, it's youtube.com/PlayApexCompete and twitch.tv/PlayApex. You can follow us on Twitch for free. You can sub on YouTube for free. You can play the game for free. And I like to say things like that. So anyway, sorry, I was a little sing-song there, Tom. Last thoughts, final thoughts before going into a game number 2 in this America's Super Regional number 4.
I was jamming. I like that song. I want to see where their zone's going to pull. It's definitely not going to pull over towards Slum Lakes. Probably not going to pull over to Slum Lakes. Something more central would be nice, but I'm looking forward to another bloodbath. It's going to be absolutely insane, and I'm excited.
It sounds like it. I will say that one of the things I'm excited to see is more use of the caustics, more use. I think, what did we see earlier? We saw 1 Revenant. Is that Nexus playing? One Revenant. And I'm a person who I just enjoy just the throwing in the wrench in the comps. I like to see some different stuff happening, and that's personally what I'm looking forward to seeing more of. And just the entire situation. Is there anything that you'd like to make sure our viewers know, or is there something you want to see on our tweets there, Tom? Because I obviously want to see more dogs and more setups, but it sounds like
I wasn't expecting rabbits, but I love Apex fan art. I really do. I know that there's some great artists out there. Send us the art. You are extremely talented. Just show it. We'll put it on the show.
We will, exactly. We will definitely show it on our show here. And again, a huge thank you for joining us. If you are just joining us, you're welcome to the Apex Legends Summer Series Super Regional number 4 for the Americas region. We're just coming into game 2. And actually, we will go ahead and toss it over to Fallout and Blaze. But first, why don't you check this out?
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome, everybody, to game number 2 of our Regionals number 4 tournament. And for the very first time in Apex Legends, I get the honor of casting alongside my longtime friend, the one and only Guy Blaze. How you doing, my friend?
Oh, man, I'm John. I am doing fantastic. You know, I love getting to cast with you any chance I get, any day of the week. We got some time with each other. Now we get to put some time in on Apex. And what a perfect tournament to do that on.
That's exactly right, especially given how hyped the day has been, especially given the stories and the situation ahead of us. This is the 4th and final Super Regional tournament. Teams are vying for ALGS Summer Circuit points, trying to find a way to qualify into the big money tournament. It's the playoffs next month, and of course, these next 5 games are absolutely crucial for some of these teams that have yet to qualify. So a perfect game, perfect situation, perfect context to be bringing the duo to a new game. I'm super excited for this one. Let's go ahead and take a look at the map schedule to see exactly how the action is going to break down today and what we've seen so far. Game number 1 was won by HRN. Blaze, if you would have said, hey, Fallout, who do you think's going to take it? Give me top 10 teams. I don't know if HRN would have been in there. I mean, they're a solid squad.
John,
performing well.
I don't think they do.
Game 1.
Yeah, now I don't think that they do. Coming into this one, we saw Tom's teams coming into this one. You know, TSM, Aim Assist, Smile, Complexity, NRG, all of those guys. Those are the ones you're looking out for. But for me, on my bubble was teams that really needs to show out today if they wanted to earn some of those playoff spots. Now, who are those guys going to be? We got Godsent, Solafide, Sentinels, NRG, Millions, and Team Superior, right? Those are the guys who who need to qualify to get into those positions. But if not, they still got a lot of ALGS points to really fill up some of those last minute positions there for the playoffs. So most importantly, they need to make sure that they have a good tournament today.
Yeah, and I love that you're bringing that up. A lot of people in chat might be saying, these are some names I maybe haven't heard of, or ALGS points. We haven't really talked a whole lot about it outside of the one graphic in the pre-show. So I think it's a great call out. For those that maybe haven't heard as much about the ALGS point structure in the summer circuit, why'd you bring up those teams specifically? Talk about how the point structure works.
Well, the main reason why I brought it up specifically is because for all these super regionals, the top 3 spots, well, they're getting guaranteed spots in the playoffs, right? But if you see a team winning multiple weeks, well, that position is going to end up going to playoff points, John, right? Well, not playoff points, but ALGS points. So when it comes down to this last super regional tournament, top 3 teams, they make it to the playoffs. But for those last remaining ones, now 4 are going to LCQ teams, but all the ones in between the teams that qualify for the super regionals and the LCQ, they are going to end up going to those playoff, the ones with the ALGS points. So that's why it's going to be important for those teams that I mentioned to play super well today, just in case if they don't win, that they got the points to qualify.
I love it. Consistency is true, and consistency over time throughout the entire summer circuit is even more important. A brilliant structure put together by the competitive gaming team at EA and focusing on Apex Legends. And you're spot on. As it currently stands, 6 spots will be given to teams with ALGS points, with the top ALGS points, and that could increase to 9 if we see 3 of the same teams that have already qualified. Teams like TSM, Aim Assist, Complexity, Liquid, if they place top 3 in this tournament today, well, that's going to be 9 spots given to ALGS points, 2 more North American spots given to the Last Chance qualifier, which will be next weekend, and 2 spots given to the South American Last Chance qualifier, which will be next weekend. So that's kind of what's at stake.
And also, Yeet Squad is in that equation as well,
like
too.
Start here. What was that?
And I want to throw Yeet Squad in that equation as well, because if they come out top 3, then you know, they are also already one of the teams that has qualified. So you know, they're sitting pretty.
I don't know if Yeet Squad is in this tournament though, or this. I might be wrong on that one, but
yeah, they might not be in this tournament today, but are one of the qualified teams, just like how Rogue is already qualified, but they're not in today's tournament. So we do have a few of those guys out there, but I'm ready to get into this map too, John, because we didn't had a good day of Apex.
Yeah, and that's not going to stop right now, that's for sure. Game number 2. It has been a great day of Apex all day long. We've had Blaze back on the mic. We missed you, man, since Poland. It was a great event, obviously, at the Krakow preseason invitational. We had Deltouche bless us on the mic. It's been a great day. Appreciate every single one of y'all in the Apex community and Apex fam for tuning in and supporting as well. We're going to kick off with one of those teams that we actually, you mentioned and we talked a little bit about, that is kind of on the fringe, currently has a qualifying spot by ALGS points. It is Godsent. And now switching over to this new RCO roster.
Yeah, so look, we see where that next circle is going to be going towards. Pit, bunker, containment, right around in that area. So Godsent is going to be one of these teams that's going to be landing closer towards that circle. So they're going to be getting loot up. They got all the intel in which they need. Now, let's move on over towards our winners of game number 1, HRN. Looking at their loot, blue shields across the entire team. Mozambique, R99, even a Havoc in there as well somewhere. But, you know, these guys, they're going to start making a rotation. They're in a good spot for the late game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Dominant game number 1. It was an 11 or maybe a 10-kill game. First place finish. Total 22 points, I believe, for HRN. They hold the lead over Team Liquid by 6 points. So quite a good start for HRN. One of those teams that have yet to qualify, unlike the teams that have already qualified for playoffs, which Blaze was mentioning earlier. Yeet Squad being one of them. TSM. Rogue, who's not playing today. Obviously a disappointing showing for Rogue as they got knocked out in the quarterfinals. And a few others. Looks like they have a little bit of an early engagement with the wall here. I heard gunfire shots and I looked up and I saw someone shooting at the wall.
You know what? Hey, he's getting that trigger finger loose, John. You know, that trigger discipline is going to be key when it comes down to a lot of these fights, because you don't want to shoot too late, don't want to shoot too soon in some situations. But don't worry, we'll break that down to you guys at home when we come across them. Now, we're on board here with Complexity, and they're going to be rotating out of labs, going towards the northeastern side of the map. And going over here by Twin Spine. So they're starting their rotation, maybe even go towards our artillery, the slums. As we can see on the mini map, they got one team behind them, and they're actually going to see those shots. So they're going to turn around and look at that one. But let's move on over CLG.
Yeah, that's exactly right. CLG in their freshly minted tags, by the way. One of the biggest differences from our last ALGS tournament is Chronologic Gaming picks up a full roster. And it was interesting, if you've been following over the last few months, CLG, the squad of Madness, Noko, and Nicewig split up. All three of them held on to the CLG tag, and they said, hey, all y'all pick up a roster. Let's see what's going to happen. And as it currently stands, I'm Madness joins Pow Pow, and Vaxion is the CLG official roster for the very first time, representing the full Chronologic Gaming. Team name is CLG. A lot of expectations to live up to for the former Skirt squad that has won a championship. They won an event over an online tournament number 5 or 6.
Yeah, so weird to see them break up after being together for so long. But hey, they got a new squad in town now. HRN, our champions from game number 1, they're gonna be fortified here in containment. So these next few rings are gonna be around here in this area. So this is a nice early fortification by them, and I think they got a good. They got some hindsight too as well there. That you know what? Hey, we're good to set up and kick our feet up for a bit, but on the flip end now, RCO Esports, we see you guys over there in the compound watching the broadcast. Shout out to you. We saw the tweets out there, nice. And we'll see how these boys are about to do.
That's exactly right. RCO, a team that actually has a little more history in competitive Apex than you'd think. We saw RCO White way back in online tournament number 1. Gabe is Mon filled in on that team, and they performed pretty well. I think ended up getting a top 5 finish. So RCO, quite some history, like in this new roster, helping on the squad. Nando on the squad, of course, we know what those two are capable of in their history and tenure. So I'm excited to see what this newly formed RCO team under that RCO banner can do. He's currently on board with helping. Sitting really, really nice with gold shields. He's going to get the healing bonus.
Man.
He's sitting good.
No action so far, John. We still got 20 squads alive in this one, and no player has died just yet. So no player has died just yet. So good to know that one. It is 59 players in the lobby, but I do know Team Liquid, man, they did have a little connection issue coming in this one, so they may not have. I want to say their player was the one that didn't come in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Always about transparency. So you might see 59 and be like, Blaze, what are you talking about? No players left. One player's clearly not in it. And that's not by way of elimination or by way of a kill. Unfortunate for flanker of Team Liquid. TL is down to 2 players, but as we say that, looks like some action is going to heat up as Rocker's going to take out Yubbin. So it's a good start for NRG if you're an NRG fan, but not the best start for Godsent. Again, one of the teams that are on the fringe. We're on board with TSM now. TSM, crazy statistic I looked up. Did you know, a little bit of a fun fact coming at you, TSM has not won a championship since online tournament number 2 back in March 23rd of this year. That's like when COVID was just hitting hard, the very beginning of this pandemic.
So what you're telling me is that if you ran into them on land, it may be a different story. Is that what you're telling me?
That's a 1,000% a different story. They're undefeated on land. Let's not get twisted.
So
exactly
NRG,
right.
like you said, picking up those kills on Godsent, which is great. Right now, let's not forget, NRG is gonna be a team that's on that bubble as well. They don't have a placement guaranteed in the playoffs. They don't have a place in the playoffs just yet. They need to win this one or place well because they do have a ton of points. They came in at 4th when it came down to ALGS points coming in here. So they're good. They're in a good position, but I know most definitely they want to end in first place by the end of the night.
That's exactly right. They would be more than happy and actually would much rather secure a playoff spot by way of placing top 3. They've been on the fringe of that top 3, but have not been able to get it. And again, for those watching, as a reminder, if you get top 3 in these Super Regionals tournaments for the Summer Circuit, you get a qualifying spot for the Summer Circuit playoffs. If you didn't get top 3, well, you have to qualify through points. Meanwhile, Sentinels, another team that is yet to qualify by placing top 3, they had to actually earn their way back into this tournament. They didn't get top 10 last tournament, so they had to work through the qualifier to play today. And they, of course, dominated yesterday with a great performance. They look like they're in a little bit of an engagement. 2 squads have been eliminated, so in the matter of some time here, it looks like action is heated up a little bit. Yeah, what was that? Sorry?
I think Smile is going to be one of those squads. I did see Muffins go down and get eliminated as well as Mini. So gonna assume that they got into a little engagement there. We'll find out who a little bit later on. But as we see Sentinels hanging out here in the pit, one of my personal favorite spots there, John. And they're going to have all those angles covered. That's going to be in the safe zone, so they're going to be looking good. On the flip end, aim assist. Man, we know how these boys have been lighting up the circuit these last few weeks. And I'm pretty sure that, hey, they're going to be looking to do it again.
That's exactly right. The controller gods, all three of them playing on controller, holding it down. They won a championship 2 online tournaments ago. Last online tournament placed 4th, I believe. So consistent placements. Blaze said it perfectly.
What do you play on, John?
Lighten it up. You already know we hold down for controller game, baby.
I don't hold it down for controller game. What you talking about?
We, as in, me and the Fallout gang, hold it down for controller game.
Okay.
You converted. You converted. You jumped ship, which I was very upset about.
Only for Apex. Hey, I will be filthy on the sticks, okay? But I wanted to learn mouse and keyboard, and I can hit shots there as well. You know, my Kraber shots are extra crispy there. But let's see if we can see some crispy shots here.
In Apex now, you can actually play hybrid. You can play both controller and keyboard and mouse. So it might be a reson for you to pick up the hybrid, pick up the stick, the Xbox controller.
Stop trying to be different all the time. Pick one, okay? Now you're gonna see here Millions Gaming, another team who needs a good performance today in this engagement. They're gonna be able to get one down there, but they are gonna be surrounded. We saw teams have to rotate up here towards this building now. They don't have any pylons up just yet or any fences, but a portal's gonna be taken and they're gonna find this escape route. Taking some pressure here in the back, John.
That's big, and they're able to get underground right now, but look what it is. Aim assist is just creeping, getting ready for perfect opportunity. They already used some of their Watson fences as well, and the Thermite's going to connect. Great shots being put through, and you got to think Aim assist might try and capitalize on this as great damage was done with the Thermites, but they say, hey, we don't know what's down there. It could be dangerous. There could be a monster. We're not going to go down there. We're going to back out.
This is where Millions Gaming got to have discipline, because you can honestly just sit here for a hot minute, you know, because nobody's going to want to drop down and take a random fight like that, having to peek around the edge, not knowing where majority of those players are stacked at. Now, if you do decide to push a fight like that, if you're like that desperate for those kill points in this given moment, which you shouldn't be because we're in game number 2, then you got to do it in unison.
Exactly right. They killed there for a hot minute and a half to be exact when you said it. A minute 15, but not able to chill. No chill at all for the Amosint squad. As we know how aggressive they play. Look at the shots being put in from Gentrifying. Going to connect for over 100. Almost cracks that purple armor. However, they're over-aggressive for Designful, and now they're going to get punched right back in the mouth here. Designful's going to go down, and they're not going to be able to recover his banner unless they decide to push the 2 versus 3. By the way, it's Protectful and co who are gatekeeping and third-partying as well.
Yeah, the whole team wasn't on the same page. One committed, the other 2 dropped back, and that's like we said, one of those fights you got to take a unison, you got to commit to as a squad. Now on the flip end, we're still on board with aim assist. We know that they lost a player, but can they get him back? Can they get down there and get that banner? 62 on the clock, and you still got, and Wraith, I want to say, still has her Q, so she's going to be able to get this banner and back up if she needs to, and get some loot as well. So both teams trading off kills there.
Yeah, looks like they did trade a fair 1-for-1. They did recover the banner of their teammates. And you got to think MSG recovered the banner of their teammate as well. Protectful is going to say, yeah, I'm good with this gatekeeping situation. I'm just going to hit a quick rotation. And what looked like could have been a bleak situation for Millions Gaming and Aim Assist, I think both of them will survive. But you better believe Protectful will be camping this respawn beacon, potentially recognizing, hey, there might be an opportunity to get some free pickings here.
Yeah, most definitely will. And hey, if I was them, I would as well. 17 squads left in this one, folks. Ring 2 coming in will be closed in 32 seconds. And then then the rest of the squads will have a good understanding and idea where they need to rotate to next. And then we're going to get some action there as we see aim assist. They're going to be rotating through mid-map, through that mid-tri section. And still going to be here scouting. Let's go on over to TSM. See what these boys are doing, John.
That's exactly right. We talked about TSM. Last championship was March 23rd. However, you got to put respect in their name, man. They've gotten top 2 times, top 3 times, so a total of 5 times they've placed top 3 in ALGS tournaments out of 7 tournaments, by the way, only not qualifying once, placing 10th in the 7th, in case you were curious. And, of course, 4-time champions of the Esports Arena tournaments or GLL Community Cup. So TSM has continued their reign of dominance and arguably has to be still a contender for the best team in Apex, hands down.
Woohoo! That ending, man, that ending circle is going to be a wild one. I think that, not the next circle coming up, but the one after that that's kind of surrounding Pit. Because you can't really get on top of that mountain, okay? And it's already one team fortified inside of Pit, fenced up, pylons down. Now, those pylons do got some range on them, but regardless, they are currently set up. Now, these teams around it, now might be the time to start rotating out of containment and start making some plays for some of that premium real estate on the map, because this is going to be a wild ending.
That's exactly right. I think gear up. Right now we see 17 squads left. Expect that to be halved, if not more than halved here momentarily as we see the TSM rotation coming through. TSM opting not for their same team comp that worked with Pathfinder, but for a Gibraltar team comp this time around. We, of course, know they kind of ventured off into the Revenant crypto meta and said, you know what, let's get back somewhat back to our roots. Not entirely, obviously. We dropped that gold helmet and fast ability to recharge.
John, are you scared of the dark? I would be. Because I don't want to go down there. Like if I'm looking across the map and I just see a flat, like a little light, like what is that? Like under containment. Don't go peeking down there, folks, because TSM is waiting for one team to get caught off guard. Now on the flip end, as we rotate on over towards Sentinels, we see that they're gonna be set up right outside of pit. They're in a beautiful position. They're gonna have that Caustic too. Caustic, Gibby, Wraith. Beautiful legend selection there for him, especially for how this circle is about to end here soon.
I love the idea of that. Changing things up quite a bit with the Caustic and Gibby on one squad. Meanwhile, on board of Freestyle, Clane, and Rambo, representing that traditional meta, a traditional Pathfinder, Watson, and Wraith composition that we're so familiar with. TSM now having to make a rotation. We talked about this rotation here is going to be absolute madness. This next ring closing in is going to be insane. Expect a few teams to be wiped out. It looks like Freestyle is going to start things off with a nice long-range charge rifle shot on Resulta. So that's going to be the second of 3 members alive, or taken out, sorry, unless they got a revive in as well. So interestingly enough, great shots being put in through here by Freestyle.
Man, you know, it's just so annoying with that charge rifle. You see him up top just picking off everybody, just tagging them up, putting in damage. Needs to be careful not to fall off this hillside, but hey, if he does, he got the grapple there. He can swing right back up on top of the hill if he wants to, but just being a nuisance up here, John. Now he's the kill leader.
Right, guess what? He gets the kill leader as a result of that. It's a nice job by Free Smoke, team that's been making it to these finals quite consistently as well. On board now with Prodigy Aces. Prodigy Aces and Joey Black got a strong showing in the last game. They're able to kind of wrap their way into a top 3. Team Superior currently sitting pretty well from a leaderboard's perspective.
Oh, get it! You got it! He almost had to climb up. He's going to have to sit put. Now, he does have his grapple, but I don't know if he wants to use it now because we know what the cooldown is on that one. So, don't want to waste that time if he doesn't have to. His teammate's going to give him a portal out so he can safely escape. So, nice moves there. Now, we're back on over here towards TSM, John.
Exactly right. On board with TSM is they're going to have to make this rotation through. We want to hear exactly how they're going to make that rotation. Let's go ahead and jump on board with listening to TSM.
Play together, play together. I'm ulting.
You get the portal? You got the portal?
It's in there, he's resin, yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna make the portal. We gotta play alley.
Yeah.
Can we run alley? Can we just run alley?
Yeah.
All right, run, go. I have the queue.
When's bubble?
Just go.
It's down, just go.
Wait, someone's west. Look west.
I'm just going. Portal right here. Come.
Put gen down. You gotta put gen down.
I don't have it yet. 2%. Bubble in 5. We just chill right here.
There was a team west on height. Look west on height.
Yeah. Hop in and I'll take off. I have a bubble.
Portal here.
This is bad.
Yeah. You think we go back and play south? Bad.
No. We can't. We need to just play here. They're on the roof.
Can we? Okay, maybe we go over here, wrap north side, and play slow side zone. Because there's gonna be a big fight in this choke. Like, we need to just go before people get here.
Okay, go.
I'm bubbling, so we can just go.
Someone's there!
We had to fight this. Give me one!
Give me one.
Wraith queued. Kill the Watson. Cracked.
Thirst, please, thirst. We're getting third parties. Stay alive. Where'd you go? We're good. They're not pushing. We're good.
I killed the Watt.
Gas is pushing.
I can't get the finish on this. We just gotta go.
Oh man, this
I'm making a port for us. I'm trying to make a port.
I'm looking for damage on him. I got a no right.
On our left.
Yeah, drop it. Bubble, you need a bubble.
I went down.
Just keep going.
We gotta play underneath. Just play underneeth. We gotta play underneath.
Keep coming with me.
I'm one shot. Just play underneath. Just run and play underneath. Get armor swap. You might be able to pick me up. They're shooting somebody else.
Reds, Jordan, reds. How can I res? I'm gonna die for doing this.
No, they're fighting. Two of these got down. No.
I knew it, man. Like, come on. Let me just play.
And there you have it. Some insights into the comms of TSM. And we got to see a little bit of everything there. A little bit of the highs, a little bit of the lows. It's a very tough rotation for TSM, Blaze.
Very tough rotation. We talked about how crazy the circle was going to get, John, and TSM, they were just trapped between so many teams, but they did their best. And I don't think they could have did any better right there. Now, Nexus team, they're going to be in the mix, but it's just going to be Mr. Ben. He's going to be the last one left. Can he get this KP? Going to have a kill there going around the corner, but you don't want to come out of your position just yet to go get it, but 5 teams remaining there.
That's exactly right. Anytime you see, and I was going to mention this earlier when you talked about this late game, anytime you see a late game circle where landmass and like a mountain is 90% of the circle, it's going to spell the most insane rotations through. I feel bad. It's a tragic scenario for any teams that have to rotate because there's just not a lot of real estate to be able to claim. It's a tough rotation to make. Meanwhile, on board with Saucer, formerly of the Flying Saucers, now the Flying Drone is the team name. As we know, they are one of the fringe teams on the bubble. Top 15 in ALGS points. This is a crucial Super Regionals final for them. They got to go big.
Yeah. You know what? I just gotta. My instincts tell me that Team Nexus is gonna make a big play. I know it's just Mr. Ben left, but with that Ghost Shield and all the equipment that he got, he's gonna have to make the rotation quickly to get a flank. But currently on our screen, CLG, they are safe in the next zone. But look at the charge rifle over their heads. The bullets flying and whizzing past them. They can't really do much here, so that caustic trap just has to go down. And all that hillside above them, that little circle on the map, nobody can really sit there at all. That's all unusable space there. But we'll see how this rotation out of pit's going to go down.
Back right here, rotation through. You got to think CLG is sitting in a great spot with Caustic, by the way, in the late game circle. I believe he still has his ultimate as well. On board now with the Flying Drone. Saucer, Tech, and Panders currently using any bit of cover that they can in the form of a tractor is the case. They're going to get some great shots in. Baxion's going to get tagged up significantly. That's going to be it. Flying Drone is going to win the 3 versus 2 team fight and is your champion. We said it was a crucial game, Blaze, and they went huge.
Oh, man, they went huge indeed, John. Flying Drone. Though that was one of the teams that was on our bubble. This is one of the squads that had to show up today and show out. They come out with a win in game number 2. And you know what? And what credited them to that win? They was able to stay the most composed there throughout that chaotic rotation towards the back end there. But in the end, they come out on top with it. And that was a good matchup there. Crazy fight.
Yeah, good matchup, crazy fight, great rotation with the Wraith portal in the end. But I have to say, Blaze, that was probably one of the just more strange games I've watched. I don't think I've seen a finish where literally
you know what?
That majority is a mountain. It's landmass.
Yeah, a lot of unusable space right there for these squads, and I think a lot of them didn't really expect for the circle to land where it did towards the end, and they just had to make the best plays that they could in that given moment. And that's what's going to make you a top-tier Battle Royale team, knowing how to react to any given situation that's thrown at you and not make the excuses, just say, hey, you know what? I have to make the play. I have to do this for my squad and come out on top.
That's exactly right. Typically, I'd say any given Sunday. We're back to Mondays for the championship final. So any given Monday, I guess, you got to be able to show up, and that's the beauty of the diversity of BRs. You got to be able to play any style, no matter what the type of situation is, where the end ring is, where the end zone is. It's one thing TSM has been great at. Unfortunate for them, the rotation just didn't come through. There's a lot to talk about there, though, Blaze. A lot to unpack based on how crazy that late game circle was. Let's go ahead and throw it back over to T Squared and Kate on the desk.
Oh, thank you there, Fallout and Blaze. Tom, I gotta ask, like, the reality is that, as John mentioned, there's a lot that can happen in BR, right? There's a lot that can happen in Apex, and it's just kind of like, you know, you throw something out and all of a sudden there's 4 different scenarios. Can you tell me how it is that we found Flying Drone at the very end come out on top here?
They got into pit and they had their back clear. They had the fences, they had the gen, they had the prediction. So just a great job by them clearing out their back. You saw a team trying to portal behind them. They didn't have enough room. You saw teams like TSM desperately trying to figure out which way they were going to rotate, because this wasn't the same circle that we saw. We weren't expecting this to pull over towards the slum side. Pit right next to slum, so this wasn't that far off from what the previous one was, but yet we had a completely different set of teams here over towards our top 5. One of the things to note, NRG, unfortunately, even though they didn't get into the top 3 in terms of placement there, they had 10 kills, so that's something to look out for. But it was all about the flying drone getting into a great spot and just picking players off one by one as they tried to make their way inside.
Anytime we can see double digits on our game results, that is a good day. Let's take a look at those game 2 results. We'll see how everybody panned out. And just as you were talking about, NRG pulling in that number 10, but still, unfortunately, placement points puts them at number 4 here. So what are we looking at here? I mean, the reality is that Flying Drone, yeah, pretty steady, pretty good.
Yeah, great job by Flying Drone getting that dub. They had a 2 versus 3 at the end, plus positioning against Counter Logic Gaming. But hats off to CLG, not getting tilted after their first game. They got picked off first in the previous match. They got 20th with 0 points. This time bouncing back strong here with a 2nd place finish. Again, if they would have had all 3 players, you never know how that 3 versus 3 is going to pan out. Yes, you do have to charge in, but if any team can do it, it's going to be CLG. RCO with a nice game there. And then Sentinels, TSM kind of picking up a few points here, but not nearly as much as teams like Flying Drone, CLG, and then RCO and NRG there with the big 10 kills.
And I will say that though HRN did make in the top 10, they are at the bottom of that, which considering where they were just 1 game ago is quite interesting. Let's take a look at our overall standings. HRN still at the top with NRG just hot on their heels, Tom.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Team Liquid, I'm not sure if we called it out, but they only had 2 players, Flanker having connection issues, so they weren't able to get all 3 players in there. But hopefully his internet gets back and his ISP realizes that he's on Team Liquid and he's got a tournament to win. Hello. So sitting there at 17 points, but very close, exciting. Anybody's game, literally anybody, even Godsent there sitting in last place could come up and do a little bit of what CLG did, bounce back and get 2nd or 1st here with some kill points to try to get themselves back into the last match of Kings Canyon before we move over to World's Edge.
I'll tell you what, you are not wrong. Anything can happen in Apex and certainly BR. And I'll tell you, it's fun to predict at the top of these tournaments because so often we are in a word, wrong, because something outrageous happens and something that we don't see coming, and a team that we don't see coming, a little bit like HRN, a little bit like Flying Drone, quite honestly, Tom. Both of these teams, are you surprised? They weren't part of our top 5 when we looked at this coming into the America Super Regional, but are you surprised that they're topping our leaderboards here?
Not really. That's just, what Blaze was saying, though. He was talking about the teams that are really hungry to get in, and you could say any type of word that has to do with just desperate, even when they want to go and try to pull off whatever they can, but they have to play discipline. You can't really be desperate and disciplined at the same time. So these guys coming in focused and coming in and doing the right thing, which is taking it step by step and just playing what's in front of them. Right there, it was a great prediction by Flying Drone to go into get to that zone, and they held people off, which is the other half of it. So it's not easy to get into the best spot, which we call the God spot usually, and hold people off, and they did that.
Well, and I think you just nailed it there, Tom. And let me ask you a question as a former pro yourself, as a coach, as a host, somebody who sees this sort of holistically. The difference between a pro team and a not so pro team has to be that composure in the chaos, and we saw a lot of that in our last game. Are there any teams that really encompass that? Is it Flying Drone? Are there some other teams that you can really look at and say these guys have what it takes, that X factor, to stay composed under these very pressure-filled scenarios?
All right, here's the thing, Kate, is everybody here does, but this is their chance to prove it, and they have to prove it. And what's so tough about BRs or just tournaments in general is you only have a small window to do it, right? We're going to play 6 games, which is, roughly around 3 hours. That's just a sit-down session typically for these guys. They're usually putting in 3 to 4 times that per day for numerous days. Thousands and thousands of hours of Apex come down to just a small 3-hour window where, like we said, anything could happen. And that's what makes these tournaments so exciting.
Wow. And that it's that microscope that's been now amplified onto this broadcast. And of course, as we mentioned, this is our ALGS Summer Circuit Super Regional number 4 for the Americas. We're following the sun here a bit. For those of you who are in Europe, you're going to see us. It's obviously Tuesday morning for you guys. Some of us here in the Pacific, as well as the Eastern North American area, we are at the end of our Monday. You've made it through, and I can't wait for you to see some more action. But actually, we have one game highlight. Tom, I want you to take me through. This is how Flying Drone found themselves in that final circle.
Yeah, again, take a look at the zone here. They have it towards their back. This zone, the best way to describe it would just be absolutely brutal. So you have the caustic gas coming out clear here, but the fact that you have the Watson behind your back and you know that you're completely clear here, all you have to do is focus on what's in front of you because there's just so many darn fences. Use your sound, see what happens. They already have tech watching their back there on the Pathfinder. More fences go down, and they're just waiting for this thing to close. You can see round 5 closing, 10 seconds. They're just checking, make sure they're good, make sure they're fine. If not, someone's going to charge over towards the side. Look at this amazing angle there by Tech. They don't pick up these kills, but that team just completely falls down. They get the knock in one of the kills, I believe. The rest of the guys die to the zone, and now they find themselves in a 3 versus 2 where the other team has to charge directly at them. That's exactly what they do. They assume that they're weak. They've already healed up. And there goes the big damage there and the W for Flying Drone.
Wow. And that is how you get it done for sure. Tom, is there anything that we can glean as from these pro teams? And you've said a couple of these pro tips. I like to think of them as pro tips because I get to pick your brain for 3 hours, 6 hours, I guess it is, every couple weeks. Is there something that if you're looking to get into that next wave, that next level, is there something you can glean from this particular match that is just out of control important?
Yeah, I would say no matter what, you could take a lot from TSM's listen. And that was a great listen in, very well timed. You could see their thought process go there. And also don't be afraid to speak your mind, right? Rep standing up for himself and saying, hey, just let me play. Sometimes you have to go and talk those things out, but do it respectfully and talk through things and communicate a lot. That's really what makes a team so special. And it's not going to be easy. You can see a team like TSM that wins numerous tournaments and is considered the best still tend to get into it here and there. And as long as everyone's being respectful, then there's no reason not to go and give constructive criticism.
Fantastic. Now we have a community spotlight once again, this time from our Twitter sphere. Twitter's thing? Is that a thing I can say? Whatever. Anyway, take a look. Oh, look at, first of all, yas to the nails queen. I love it. A different kind of eye-hand coordination while watching the summer circuit. One-on-one, screen another, needle. Oh my goodness. Wow, Tom, that looks like us there.
It does. It looks like she's knitting your sweater, I think. Is she pointing the needle towards you?
You know, I'm cool with it. I'll take it. Like, let's be clear. I'm never going to say no to that. But right now, I'm just living for her nails because some of us haven't been able to go to the nails. It's fine. Either way, I know it's terrible. But guess what? You know what isn't terrible, Tom? 1,000 Apex coins. And that can be yours if you tweet at us. Make sure you follow @PlayApex. Use the hashtag ALGS. And if you're seen on this fine Monday afternoon or Tuesday morning program, well, we'll just gift you those 1,000 Apex coins. And Tom, I hear you have a reason and your eye is on the prize when it comes to these coins and what you might get with them.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the heirloom. I still don't have the Pathfinder gloves, and I need those in my life, and it's been horrible.
Well, you know what? Somehow you've made it through. At some point, we'll find out who will play you in the movie of this terrible, terrible ordeal you've had to find yourself in. But make sure if you want to continue up with our Apex action, head over. You can follow us, subscribe to our YouTube channel for free. Play Apex Compete. That's youtube.com/Play Apex Compete. Or you can follow us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Play Apex. That is where you're going to find everything. Speaking of everything, we have a nice little piece of fun Pathfinder garments for you. It's actually the Pathfinder Swimming Buddy Team Skin. Now, this is a Twitch Prime available now through August 24th. Plus, obviously, we've also made you a mixtape gun charm, which I wish people would call me as a fun nickname. Anyway, it's going to be available, that gun charm, through August 27th. Claim that loot. Go to twitch.amazon.com/Apex Legends. You're going to like the way you look. Pathfinder guarantees it.
Yeah. Big Pathfinder fan. Huge Pathfinder fan. I know Daltouche is a Pathfinder player as well. Has the king of the grapples. So looking forward to watching him cast as well as we go through the rest of these NA games. But yeah, we still have so many exciting matches. We're basically halfway through after this game. 4 more games remain going into game 3 right here. And we haven't seen a point race this tight with so many teams that we haven't predicted to be towards the top. So one of our most unpredictable series of events so far by far.
It gets me very excited, and I am delighted to continue our gameplay with our 2 fabulous casters right after this.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is Game 3 about to get underway. Again, big thanks to Kate and Tom for hosting the desk, and also for Blaze and Fallout. Great first cast, guys. Excited to see you carry that through to the finals. But it's Rain Day and Touche. Back at it, man. What are you feeling looking after Game 2? We're kind of starting to see the picture a little bit of, what needs to happen for certain teams and what teams are already kind of looking good heading in to these next 4 games.
Well, after these first 2 games, I'm not going to say that anyone is a definitive, far and away leader right now. I think it's pretty much still anyone's game. You have 4 games left to make up the point deficit, and I believe, it's definitely possible for, teams in 15th place to make their way back up to the top 5. So they just got to stay focused, keep their composure, and fight for as many points as they can get, and don't focus on the scoreboard too much.
You've been reiterating that, and I do want to make a great shout out to it. That it's an idea you see as most important today, just focusing on the game and focusing on what you can do right now. The points, all that will handle itself. And, there's some really interesting dynamics to playing that style, especially when you're looking at a team that has to win or top 3. Otherwise, they are not anywhere near having enough points. And I think HRN, we look at the way that, they were able to play so well in Game 1, the game we casted, set themselves up for victory. And they actually, with a top 3 finish here, will guarantee a spot in the playoffs. But if they don't, then they're not going to make it through points, and they're going to have to go through that LCQ. So there is a lot for them, and I think it's great to remember that take it a game at a time. This is our last game on Kings Canyon, so we'll see if they make it count or if somebody else will steal the limelight here as we get ready to jump into Game 3.
I'm hoping for some more circle diversity. We saw both circles kind of pull towards Slum, Lakes, and Pit. It's fun one time. Second time, you're like, all right, this is decent. If it happens again, I think a lot of players are going to be upset. Hopefully we get a different end game here for the people to watch.
Yeah, and the end game for that Slums Pit area is, let's just, we can call a spade. Not every end game's as fun or exciting or refreshing to play. And those are ones where maybe a little bit more familiar, but can be very daunting if you haven't rotated fast enough, or especially if, you're a team that lands ending up Rig or Repulsor, or, you have to travel the whole map and there's just no physical way you can beat some of the other teams who are already there landing close by. And, it is one of those things you have to consider. And if you see it trending that way, Touche, what's the game plan here? You haven't made it work. Some of these teams have not been involved and doing well in these kind of Slum Pit levels. If it does end up there, what adjustment would you make yourself to kind of say, all right, here's what we got to try instead. What we've been doing hasn't worked.
Well, the thing is, there's only so much you can do, right? There's people that are landing across the entire map at Crypto's room. You got people landing Repulsor, you got people landing Hydro, Swamps, and it's just on the other side of the map, and you can't do much to prevent people getting to a spot that you want to be in before you get there. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
you just try to play the cards you're dealt, but at the end of the day, sometimes it just doesn't work out, and that's just the beauty and the curse of playing a Battle Royale game competitively.
It's it's what's fun for the viewers sometimes and just horrible for the players when that RNG just doesn't go your way. And, making the best of a bad situation. That's what these guys are all doing. Game 3 of 6 here in the summer circuit. Last one before the last chance qualifiers. Top 3 make it all the way to September 12th and 13th. That's the big money. That's the big show. And we will be online yet again for that one. And it will conclude a fantastic summer of Apex Legends. The LCQ, if you don't make it here, still a chance. But you're going to have to fight through every other team who didn't make it and place in top 2. And that is not easy to do in your region. So these players trying to handle it here. Still 20 squads left with a charge rifle in the hand of Claim. And he's looking to do some damage with it. It's nice 53 blue there, and that's almost going to take off the full shield.
Solid shots right there with the charge rifle. Can we get Odd Freestyle a med kit or a syringe? Okay, he's finally cranking one. He is barely alive with the 1 HP. Probably got a white armor swap in that house as well. So Free Smoke gets out of that fight. They could have got knocked there easily. There was 2 with white armor, and the enemy team knew that, but they didn't push because of the third party sitting in the open, kind of holding them off. So everyone gets a fresh reset. You see up on the top right in the kill feed, Sentinels gets taken out.
That's a full wipe, man. And that's Amethyst who takes him out, I believe. You know what? It seems like... actually, no, that's RCO Esports who actually did at least some of the finishing on the final member of Sentinels. Not sure if they were the complete one in that fight. But RCO Esports, a team that, if they get top 3 here, obviously will take a qualified space in the playoffs. And if not, they will be in trouble. Another team, HRN, is in the same exact position, but they've already won a game. Can they keep it up? They've got a flat line and some pressure pushing them. Let's listen in and see how they handle the situation.
This building looks
right. Nice knock, nice knock. I'm thirsting. 70, nearly dead.
Now,
nice.
Can you focus?
Nice.
Can you portal this? This building looks open right now. Can you portal it?
Yeah. I'm still watching from behind.
I think we just play where we are, because like if it pulls airbase, this is open. But if it pulls airbase, that spot's way better to rotate out of here.
Fuck. I mean.
Wait,
yeah,
I don't know. I think we take that building over this.
Like no, there's only one team here.
Okay, yeah. I mean, let me just come there and put fences.
Yeah, everyone looks like they're in airbase.
How long on portal? How long on portal? That's what I'm saying. I don't even see any Pathfinder teams over here.
Yeah, everyone looks like they're in airbase.
Okay, go back.
Okay, I'll be staying outside. I'm watching. They're near the charge tower right now.
Fuck, if I was right and we could have taken this building in the wall, that would have been best case scenario.
Give me a second.
I don't see a single Pathfinder team. They might be in Gauntlet though. There are like 3 or 4 teams in Gauntlet.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in Gauntlet right now.
Team right here behind us, close.
This building that we're in.
I cracked one. Oh, I hit one 50 blue. 50 blue. Cracked. Get me on white.
Shot at by the team up top.
Playing the charge thing.
I don't have my ult yet. 60%.
Mid 60 as well.
You're in their sights. I'm being aimed at. I don't know from where.
Right here. I have 160 light, so I can't poke much. When I poke for that body, they arced my door. Yeah. They bubbled. I think they're getting pushed.
They're getting bullied.
And you know, Douche, we heard a little bit from them. Oh, and right when we come out, it's Urice who finds the kill. This man has about a bajillion kills on Wraith. He's playing the Gibby for the squad. But so far, pretty clean. It doesn't seem like they're getting too ahead of themselves. Just really in the moment, playing the situation to the best that they can.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not overextending. They're playing together. They're calming everything. They're making the right decisions. It's just good team play right now. But we got a fight going between Aim Assist and another squad, gentrifying about 20 HP tops. Result almost no shield. Design full no shield as well, just about. And they're just gonna dip on this fight. They don't want any more smoke on that. Trying to play to their advantage with the controllers, getting real up close and personal in your face. But they decide to back out. Smart play. They know they're low on the leaderboard right now, so they're going to try to play later game, get those placement points up.
And already 3 kills to their name. So pretty good for Aim Assist. And again, they've already qualified. And what you may notice is that when you look at teams who already made it to that September performance, I mean, in my eyes, Touche, what I would do is I would give myself as much of a leeway sometimes to treat this as if it's the real thing. Use it as prep. Nobody's going to be playing harder than in these types of things. You can't get this type of practice, you know, in a scrim, especially because some people don't bring it every day when you are doing that. But I think in these tournaments too, when you're not necessarily playing for your position on the line, do you sometimes take more risks, or do you think they just treat it like, hey, if we lose, we're out, we can't do it? What do you think is going on in Aim Assist's mind?
I think for the most part, they're treating it as practice. They're not playing too differently. However, if they want to take a risk and kind of experiment with a push, experiment with a composition, experiment with a new rotation they haven't tried, maybe a new landing spot, now's the time that they can do it, because again, this practice is so good. Everyone is trying very hard. It's extremely sweaty, but if they want to, you know, experiment a little bit, they have the room to do so.
Flying prone just on the high ground. I'm going to push you on that even more as we see Complexity in a position where they are in the same exact spot. You talk about experimenting as he's pushing in. Oh, goes for the nice shot. He's going to interrupt me there. Oh my God, just walls jumps into the massive shot to delete the Rambo. Monsoon really playing the part of Rambo there. But if you were going to experiment Douche, what would that look like? I mean, what's a push you wouldn't do normally, or what's something that you would say, all right, let's give this a try, that you wouldn't normally see, and you'd say, well, we maybe can keep that in the back pocket if it works, and if it doesn't work, well, we never have to do it again.
Well, since they're rocking a Gibby, they could be picking up, more shotguns. They could all be using Mastiffs as opposed to another time when they're using R9 Wingman or G7 Prowler. They could swap up the weapons and see how a triple shotgun meta works out for them. Again, every fight is different in Apex Legends. You can't ever recreate the same exact fight with the same exact players, same armor, same position. So, every new fight is going to provide them with some knowledge and some solid practice.
That's a great point, and especially weapon choices as well. Normally you see that Gibby on something that, gives a little bit of range and a little bit of poke, but, sometimes it is important to trust that, hey, a shotgun is going to get the job done. We just need to close the distance, so let's make sure our positioning is on point. Reptar, he can close the distance, but that scan is going to reach quite a distance itself. He throws the grenade up. Will it do any damage? We will not find out, as TSM are in trouble here, or at least under fire. We'll most likely be able to get out of it, since that seems to be what they're so good at. The massive shots firing and pressure again on the reps. He's just trying to dip and dive. And Howley's going to go into the void as well. Oh no, things are looking a little bit more dangerous for TSM, who now are caught up in this room and have to heal.
He got a little eager overextending outside like that. I knew as soon as Reps was trying to go up there kind of by himself, he was going to take some damage. Good movement by him to find his way back inside, but there was very little room for error. As soon as he got back in the door, he was about 5 HP. So they made it out, but they need to be more careful next time, I would say.
That's Godsend. Also, who are applying the pressure. These guys, do not forget about them. They have a ton going for them. They've had really successful performances over these last few summer months, and they're looking to take that confidence against one of the teams who have performed historically in Apex Legends better than almost any other team. And, you said we got to talk about TSM, your #1 team to watch. Obviously, high performers all around, but do you feel that there's something different in the TSM narrative? If you're looking at what they've done, it's kind of hard to almost look at anything they could do and say it will be better than that. But if you are them and you know them and you play with them and you've had an experience talking to them, what do you think is their driving factor here? What are they working for in this tournament?
Well, I can speak for Hal. I know for a fact Hal is an extremely competitive person, especially when it comes to Apex Legends. I'm not sure about it. We got a fight going down here. TSM takes out 2 of Godsend. Just hierarchy up. How many are up on that? TSM? Alberelli getting taken out by the flatline spray, and the Ape comes in from Rep to end Hal, so they finish off the other squad and they get the rest. So as I was saying, Hal is very competitive. He always has been for the time that I have known him. And it's not really about money for them. It's just about winning. They want that edge on the other players. They're super competitive people, and winning a $10 tournament is just as important as winning a semi kind of big money tournament for them.
There's a funny story I heard told about a similar style of pro in a fighting game, and they played these $1 matches and ended up just taking out. I mean, it was like till the clock was over, sweating, and his friend goes, "What the heck? It's just $1 on the game." I said, "Well, there's money to be won." And it's that kind of mentality that sometimes catches people off guard. How hard you're trying, knowing you are in the big show, but still treating it like everything depends on you winning here. And that is what has made TSM such a factor, as you just mentioned, Tush, and as so many of us have seen over the course of Apex Legends competitive history, in just the ethos and really the history books of the stories and the tournaments that have unfolded here for them. And we'll see if that continues, obviously, big time in September. But right now, following along a little bit with MSG, still in the kind of barren desert land as they look to try to make a rotation that's a little bit away, because they know the scout shots could hit, and trying to apply their own pressure just to maybe buy some time, find some white shield. And I think this could be enough for them to maybe just say, let's skirt around the edge. That shot might have just done it as well. Take it 6-9.
Yeah, they're just going to try to have to trade damage as they get shot at and try to put shots back out. They're going to elect to rotate to the right side as opposed to the left. The left side, kind of the cover fizzles as you go farther left. So they're going to go right side. They're going to try to hit under the air base wall. Maybe go in that room, but I believe that room was already taken. So they're going to have a fight coming towards them in a little bit here. You see the portal going down from Wolf. Alberelli still has his Pathfinder pinned down over there.
That's the key. He's on, yes, the Evo shield, and he's got the interception pylon of Watson to help regen. So he's content to trade because he's not using any resources, and he knows that they are. They don't want to set up there, and they do not want to find themselves caught out too much. Raps hits a nice shot as well. ESM just playing just scoundrel to so many different teams who are just trying to find a bit of safe haven as this circle looks to close, and they are on the edge of it, guarding it, making it very difficult for anyone who thinks they're going to get a free pass.
Yeah, it looks like Hal might have called out a push here. They know this team is in the building, and Hal is eager. They're pretty frustrated with themselves overall with the score placement that they have right now. So I think Hal said, you know what, we got to push. We need kills. Let's do it. But there's going to be a third party coming in. Reps calls it out, and it looks like it's a full sandwich going on. You have a triangle of teams. You got 6 people in there fighting it up. Hal gets a crack. It's not going to be enough. We got Millions Gaming in here. There was a lot of teams. If TSM commits to this, they'll most likely get third party to die. So they'll probably back it up.
I mean, if there could be a worse little house to fight in, I don't know what it is on Kings Canyon, as everyone has decided that that house is the house they want. There's a team to the left from Airbase, and there's TSM with the scout rivaling any type of damage that could be done. Imperial Hal, he's found himself over on the left-hand side as well, keeping them in the sandwich, and they are looking to be the bread and not the meat. It's Millions Gaming, one of our, I believe, South American representatives who look to be falling here as TSM are bringing down the hammers, cutting the parachute, so to speak, to end their play so far. And it's looking like I'm Sung also involved. GS Bird, stunned, just trying to stay alive here, finding some cute angles to hide.
You got TSM from the tower over on that side, and you got a full controller squad, I believe, on the back side of this building. So whichever team that was pinched in there, I believe it was Millions Gaming, they were not having a good time. TSM Alberlelli putting in way too much damage from that scout, and you have a controller squad right behind you that's 2 feet away. You're not going to have a good time sandwich between that.
Do you think the scout is really that weapon that you want? I mean, is there anything you'd rather have in the type of position? You know, playing Gibby, having that long range, kind of pseudo mid range if you need to, and you know, maybe hit fire if someone gets too close and you have to reload and just want to weapon swap. Is this kind of that ideal weapon? Is there something better? I know the charge rifle has really picked up as far as its usage and its play. You mentioned potentially having a shotgun and running that. What's your go-to?
So typically for these games, it's going to be a lot of long, rangy type of fights. Not even necessarily fights, more just pick damage and kind of third partying. So the G7 fire rate combined with the damage is going to, it's a versatile gun. So you're going to see people use that until somewhere around late game where the circle starts to close a lot. And most players will end up just swapping it for an R9. And that's typically what you see. That's pretty much the weapon swap meta that a lot of players use.
One of the things about, you know, those two guns in particular is you see the perfect example, Complexity using the charge rifle and TSM using the scout, is that it's a lot easier to gear up the charge rifle. I mean, you just need a sniper stock and a 4 to 8 times scope, 2 to 4 times scope. A lot of times Kings Canyon will get the job done. Or maybe even a bruiser, and you find yourself ready to go. You know, the G7 and our R99, gearing both of those out, that's a lot of gear you're taking potentially from the totality of your team, and people trying to, you know, hey, I need that extended mag, I need that barrel. And so you kind of have to be a little selfish there, but the value for it, especially on players like Designful, who at least hope to hit most of their shots and have been doing so, I think it can be
Looks
well
like they're
worth.
going to probably take this fight here. We could pop back to them. We got a fight going on with Complexity right now. Gas going out. Monsoon having to crank a phase. Going to back up into this room. Reptar about to get taken out. Does get taken out by I'm Sung. McCarthy running through the storm, getting out just barely, and gets third party from up top. Monsoon still in that one room. Gas holding him in. Player right outside the door. He's in a very tough spot. Doesn't have his phase quite yet. Going to elect to crank a syringe. I don't know if he's able to get another one off. Probably waiting for his whole team to reset. The Caustic team outside. They're all getting their heals off, and you'll probably see a double kick here from this team, depending on how many are standing up. And that is a very menacing, scary character to be looking at through the door. And they're just going to lock him in because that's what Caustic can do, and you really hate to see it, but it is what it is. We're going to swap over here to NRG going with a bubble fight. Good damage on the Gibby, gets him fleshed. Rocker 1 HP. Backing up, taking it back.
And it seems like they are getting pushed, you know, from the other side as well, because Resulta, he finds a kill onto one of TSM, and Designful, he finds a kill onto Yuri. So HRN, aim assist, seemingly like they're all getting involved, and then Energy as well. It doesn't seem like Complexity has gone without, at least, or gone out quite yet. Gentrifying will make sure that RKN does fall, and that could be the end of HRN, who we've been following, who had gotten a couple of kills there. But yeah, I mean, right now, you could see it. Nemesis in a real good spot. 2 kills for Gentrifying. He's got the Evo shield, designed full with the Scout. Plenty of ammo. 7 kills to his name. The man is going crazy.
When design locks in, he's one of the best Scout players on controller for sure. Monsoon gets the phase out, escapes, but not for long. Gets taken out. Good effort by Monsoon there, but there's not much you can do when you're trapped in a room with a sneaky man costing himself behind. Setting this dip for his team to take height, but they have a team right behind them and also to the right. Ryan trying to put up some damage before he gets knocked here. Gets away with 1 HP, has to drop down to do it. Does the other team push? No, they don't. Oh, they do get the knock on Saucer to delay the push. There's now a 3v2. Heck trying to follow up is going to die to Storm here. Sanders last one alive. Soaking in the Storm. Going to go down as well. Design gets taken out. 2 still left for aim assist. They're going to probably pop a res in this bubble. And they're in a very, very good spot. They have the most commanding height in the zone. Double headshot coming in from Resulta. Amazing shots right now. Aim assist is feeling themselves.
And they're in a great spot too, especially with the Evo shields. Not only calling out the action there, but they got a PK. They've got several scouts. We know Designful's still on one. And now is when you can potentially make the swap. You know, the scout is going to do really well for the next minute, but if you get inside that, you know, you're going to maybe look to see a Mastiff. And if you have a PK, you don't need it, but something for mid to close range. We see aim assisted around. One of the things I'm impressed with is how well did we make it survive. They survived that skirmish, and Sung was able to get out between TSM when they were making that push. Albert Lilly holding him down with the scout, and so they were actually the ones who were able to hold out Monsoon. And you can see here Prodigy Aces and Joey Blackout. These guys have been effective, team superior, and they've got the low ground here. This could actually end up being very nice. And look at Solafide in the only building, and they are in zone when this pushes in 25 seconds.
I was thinking Amos was going to take this roof. If you look in circle, the corner of the roof is in the next zone. So they're going to want to try to force the team off if they can. And just when I said that, time picks up another knock for the G7. Results of Thurston. So they could take this roof now. 2v3. They have a portal most likely.
And they're going to have to go. You can see CLG, oh, they are on the backside, and this is the team that we hadn't been looking at. They are the ones playing Spoiler NRG who are in between. Oh my god, aim assist and CLG. They're going to take the portal right back, and this will buy a little bit of time. He's going to go back again. He's going to take some damage, but he will be able to skirt to the edge as we had mentioned. Oh, he gets it, but very, very close, and there's the defensive bombardment as well, but that seems to be his. Resulta will throw it so no one pushes on the outside. They'll get the dome, get the 15% faster heals, and there are 5 squads left. This one is going to be interesting, and look at CLG. They're just waiting. They're like, all right. Yeah, this is trouble right here.
Ult, and that is hitting 2 of them. Do they have to drop down here? No, they play the backside, but the alley-oop stinky trap coming up. This is just absolute briefing from the Caustic right now. CLG in a very good spot. A blue circle pulls right towards them, and Madness is going to push in through the gas.
Push it!
Find the player. The nade comes in from up top. Knock on Resulta. Madness is going to have to back down, but that's a really big pick.
Yeah, I mean, so much value there, Touche, as well. 5 squads left. Solafide inside. Remember that. We got aim assist trying to hold down that high ground after beating up, NRG. CLG, Pow, he set up the zip line in case he needs to go there and contest. But it looks like these teams aren't necessarily willing to fully commit here. And the Gibraltar will be back up. Ultimates have been used on both sides. 8 kills for Design, as you mentioned. And that's a little rat right there. Rocker, he was staying alive for NRG. So now 4 squads left to 46 seconds. What's the play here if you're CLG and you're trying to get this W?
Well, you have a Caustic. I think the play is to just use that character. I mean, they use the ult, so I don't think he'll have it back. He may have a gold helmet, not too sure. No, he has a gray helmet. I'm not sure if he'll have it back. And you see Imperial Hal just ratting right there, playing it very well. I've seen him win situations like this. Do not put it past him. But the Caustic is just going to make it so hard for any team to do anything. I don't think there's any other Caustics left in the match. So once a couple traps are thrown, if they get popped before someone shoots them out, no one's going to be able to breathe, see, move, or fight. So we'll see. We got about 10 seconds till it comes in, and it's it's about to hit the fan, brother.
It's about to hit the fan, brother, setting up the zip lines, and CLG Madness going into the void. can hear any voices to help him out. We'll have to wait and see because time will tell and the zone will move and these teams will collide as they all get to that final little spot. Trying to throw the interception, pylon down, Solafide. It's going to go in and out, and you can see Resulta taking down Muffins. CLG loses a few members as well, and it looks like Solafide still alive. Has Hal fallen? No, we haven't seen it, but CLG! They do it. They have the Caustic into the late game, and that is all they needed to control that space. No one wants to stand around in the green gas. And when that man who produces it is holding down the low ground, there's really not much any team can do to contest. Well played, but CLG come out on top. And as a team who is trying to get into the playoffs in September, Touche, that was a huge victory for them in a crucial kind of swing game here in Game 3 before you go to World's Edge to put them in contention to really place top 3 and handle it right here before this tournament, or as this tournament comes to an end.
Yeah, that was a massive dub for them. You saw how it was just a mess in that circle. There were bodies, there was gas, bullets, blood. It was crazy, and they were so messy. But it just goes to show the power of Caustic. I don't even think there was more than 1, maybe 2 traps in that last circle, and it was just no one could do anything. It was just gas. You saw the people trying to portal skip back and forth. They came in, they smelt the gas, they smelt it a little bit, and they said, nope, I want no part of it. They tried to hit the portal back and forth just to stay alive. They would rather do that than try to fight within the gas. And CLG using that Caustic late game to secure themselves a win.
Yeah, CLG really playing chess when everyone else is playing checkers. All of these fights from the high ground, low ground, holding buildings, but they did not pay attention to the fact that CLG was a 3-man squad with a Caustic alive and well heading into that final circle, and that usually wins. I mean, almost 9 times out of 10, most pros will say a Caustic beats you if you let him get to end game. So Touche knows it all too well. I can tell by the nod that he's had some of that in his ranked games and not been too much of a fan. I'm curious if Kate and Tom have had any interactions there as we do send it back to the desk, and Game 3 goes the way of CLG.
Ooh, the stinky goodness, Tom. The stinky goodness that Caustic can provide in those final circles. Tell me what just happened, because quite frankly, I think everyone was... let's see, how do I say this? The description that Rain Day just gave, that Touche just gave, is kind of spot on in terms of bodies, blood, and gas.
Yeah, and if you're new to professional Apex, you can see how these final circles really work from that type of game where you have one team on top of a building, another team below it, and another team playing some sort of head glitch or any type of truck or wall that they could find. And this time it was CLG. It can't even be talked about enough how Madness was able to lay a fantastic portal to allow the traps to go down in the first place. So a great job by Vaxon laying him down, but mainly Madness timing the portal correctly, leading his team to the right spot. Putting those traps down early is what won them that. And as the guys were saying, 9 times out of 10, a Caustic team is going to win that. But when he threw the Caustic grenade down and got the ult on top of where aim assist was down, I was a little bit worried that they weren't going to have enough firepower. So props off to hats off to Madness and hats off to CLG for playing that so correctly with the portal and the traps.
Well, and you said it time and time again, it's a lot of this is about timing and keeping your cool until that last moment, keeping your cool until you can pull that trigger. Let's take a look at how the Game 3 results have broken down. Here we go. 15 aim assists. And yet we're talking about them in our... And this is sort of what happens though, right, Tom? If we're looking at that final circle and just the carnage that happened. Talk to me a little bit about this breakdown. Are you surprised?
Aim assist just gobbling up all the kill points. Nobody gets any of them. And when you look at their damage, you had 2,500 for Resulta. You had 2,300 for Designful. And Gentrifying... It's got to step it up. Only 1,600 damage. Come on. When we go and we look at the finals, that's going to be when we go and look at the final kills and whoever has the most kills, the highest average that the person most likely will have will be between 800 and 900. The lowest damage on aim assist was 1,600. So that's just going to show how much pressure they're adding on the rest of the map. It's unfortunate for them that what seemed to be the best positioning, laying that zip line over towards the end, didn't work out for them, and they even got out-ratted by Hal in that final circle. So all 3 players for aim assist falling in that final zone as CLG takes first.
Man, I love a good rat strat, and Imperial Hal is definitely the kind you'd like to watch. But let's take a look at our overall standings and see how this Game 3 results are impacting who is going to possibly go home with the W in this tournament. Oh man, you want to talk about a heat up top, 1 and 2, 35-34. I don't think it gets, I mean, outside of them being tied, it doesn't get much closer than that.
The teams in the top 4, all of them fighting for a spot that they haven't had before. Aim Assist, we know that they've stomped their ticket in, looking for Team Superior and Sola Fide to try to get over there towards the top 3 and catch up towards NRG. But holy cow, what a comeback story for CLG, being the first team to die in game number 1, bouncing back now with 35 points as we move into World's Edge.
And I like what you're talking about, Tom, in terms of which teams are motivated by which things. Obviously, guts, glory, prize pool for sure. But you're absolutely right. There are some people who have already punched their ticket to our playoffs. There are some people who we've yet to do that. And there are some people who just don't want to play in a last chance qualifier next week. And I can totally understand all 3 or 4 of those scenarios.
Yeah, again, the pressure is going to be on these teams, only 2 spots, and then it goes down to points after that. But CLG, again, fantastic job by them. It's not easy to be the first team to die in the tournament, to sit there not warming up, to have to watch the other players go through and just feel like you should have been there when they were close to that final circle that ended over towards Slum Lakes. They died in one of the almost power positions as they started to rotate. So HRN, they're right there in second place. Either team looking really good. Again, this is World's Edge now, so we're going to see a little bit slower style, more of that coexisting like we saw over towards that final circle in airbase, like we do in Fragment with multiple buildings, or maybe even a skyhook finish.
Ooh, I like a skyhook finish. Now let's talk about CLG. We've actually got a great video highlight ready to rock, and this, I think, is going to show us that final circle with all the chaos. Tom, I'm going to give it over to you.
Yeah, and take a look at the traps being laid down. One trap over towards the side, another one over towards the corner. One more final trap goes down. They see that they're trying to take the high ground here. While they're trying to take the high ground, that's also going to give away where aim assist was, as these teams just try to portal hop back and forth, like Daltouche was saying. So he sees that they're going to go up there, and he's just going to yeet a barrel up there too, which causes a big distraction for the rest of the players. There goes the portal down for Madness. Notice how he puts it down, still has enough time to rotate around. He's running around, so as the portal it gets taken, they're going to have more time to go through this thing because they want to come in late. So pops it right at 10%, times a syringe right at the right time, and then he's going to be try to be the last one into the fight, as the Caustic's going to go in here and try to lay down max damage. Keep in mind, they don't get slowed by the gas from the update that came out months ago. They're going to come through here and fight this one in and have just an absolutely huge advantage. It's going to come down a couple massive shots there from Pau, and then it's going to be Madness just going back and forth inside of the portal, finally getting the dub without even having to shoot a shot because everyone is just eating the toxic caustic gas.
Wow, I'll tell you, I appreciate so much your analysis, because I feel like if you're looking at this, there's only so many ways. You're in that cluster, let's call it what it is, that final circle cluster, and outside of the way that CLG played it, is there anything else that you could possibly do to defend against something like this? Because, I mean, you're talking caustic, you're talking Wraith, you're talking going back and forth. I mean, the reality is that it's for a lesser, a more amateur team, this is not the outcome you would receive.
Yeah, that was a great job by the observers there at the end, where we got a chance to see where all 4 teams were located. We know there was one team inside of the corner of the building right there. That was the team that portaled up towards that launch pad, that little landing pad that was above where CLG was playing. We know where Hal was ratting, and we know that Aim Assist was basing what they wanted to do off of Designful's zip line there. So they wanted to go and juggle over towards the top, but now you can only juggle 3 times on the zip line before you get bounced to the ground. So that's unfortunate that there was caustic gas down below. Otherwise, they would have been one of the favorites going into that zone. We've seen teams like GSC do it in the EMEA region, where you go and you put that zip line up and then you go try to be the last team in there. But it was just too good of timing there by CLG, and great Wraith play from Madness overall.
Reminds me of the Wraith to the portal, the Pathfinder to the zip line. It reminds me of another kind of love story. That's a pivot, right? Over to our community spotlight. And Tom, this is a adorable story. I don't care who knows it. And it is love powered by Apex. Take a look.
Hi, my name is John Maglika.
Hi, I'm Cassandra, and I've been involved with Apex since February 23rd.
And I've been playing Apex since the first week it came out.
Go!
So one night I was just like, hey, this is gonna be my last night playing it. Like, promise. I loaded in, everything was working perfectly, and then that's when I heard his voice. He was just like, all right guys, let's get a dub, and he made me feel so safe and welcome, and we just played the whole night.
An instant connection, absolutely. It was when we first heard each other's voices, we're like, who dat? Who is this? You know? And we're inseparable since. We played every single day.
June 28th of 2019, that's when we first met. A whole year later, we made our relationship official, and now we're engaged.
The way Apex has helped influence us outside of the game, it made us realize that we want to like grow in the gaming career. We want to stream. And the fact that our unique story, how we met, and to see the growth of how we like get dubs together, too good to be true. But it's real. It's real.
What really stands out about Apex is the map. It's so beautiful. I love the little nooks and crannies that we can get into and just like...
True. Each time we play, it's never ever ever the same story. It's always its unique story told on the battlefield, unscripted. Like each character is like truly like there's depth to them. When we annihilate a team, we're like, da, 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 da. You know, like that's an Apex moment, dude. That's an Apex moment.
We're honored to be such a large part of your story, and as a gift to the new couple, we would like to gift you 10,000 coins.
What? Dude! Yes! Thank you so much. What you can look forward to is us streaming on the daily playing Apex Legends, and you get to know us more and see us kick some butt.
I'm excited to just start life with John.
My name's John.
And I'm Cassandra.
And you can find us on Twitch under First Spoken.
And Iris Pixels.
See you there. Yes!
Oh, that just warms the cockles of your heart, doesn't it, Tom?
Sure does. Shout out to those guys. Such a cute video.
The couple that plays together stays together is what I hear. So I'm very excited for those two players for sure. And hey, listen, if you'd like to be a part of our community, if you want to be a part of our broadcast, we have a great offer for you. And by offer, I mean tweet about it, because we love your tweets. If you go ahead and follow us at PlayApex on Twitter and then tweet us and use the hashtag ALGS, and then we use you on our broadcast, well, we might just give you 1,000 Apex coins. It's not 10,000, Tom. They got the 10,000. That's totally fair. You have to get engaged and meet on Apex to get the 10,000 Apex coins. But 1,000 will do a pretty good piece of damage.
If is that how I get 10,000 coins? Sorry. Hey, no.
Well, if you want to, tweet at Tom T squared. Here it is.
No.
Fun facts. I'm so sorry, Tom. It's true. At any rate, you want to keep up with all the action, all the drama, make sure to follow us at Play Apex. And if you'd like to go ahead and sub to our YouTube channel, we are at Play Apex Compete on YouTube. And you can follow us for free, twitch.tv/PlayApex. We are everywhere. And so are you. But speaking of people that are everywhere, Tom, I feel like it's time to kick this tire and light these fires. And by that, I mean to fall out and blaze.
Kate and T Squared, thank you so much. Fallout joined here alongside Blaze as we're getting ready to jump into World's Edge. We're getting ready to jump into the second half of the day. And Blaze, there are quite some fascinating storylines here at play.
It is, and yo, I just want to first say, Tom, you can holler at me, okay? We can get those 10,000 Apex coins together and split them, okay? Just so you know, all right? I got you, Tom. We'll make it happen there. But I did want to comment on the love story of John and Cassandra. John, you got that W. I didn't get a chance to comment on it earlier because I had a mic issue, but I just want to say, man, that was beautiful. Love and Apex. Hey, nothing is better than that right there. Love and video games.
I couldn't agree more. You love to see a big shout out to John and Cassandra. Glad we had a chance to spotlight that. But looks like the game is loading up. As the game is loading up, it is so incredibly important as we talk about these maps and what's to come. HRN, Flying Drone, and CLG, the winners of games 1 through 3 on Kings Canyon. No repeat teams just yet. And guess what? Those 3 teams all share something in common. None of them have qualified yet for the playoffs. And with that said, those are just 3 of our teams that need to qualify. However, there are a few teams that will make it with points as it currently stands. Solafide NRG, Flying Drone, Godsent, and Sentinels are currently looking to be in a good spot to qualify by ALGS points, even if they don't place top 3. There are a few teams that need to get top 3 in order to qualify for the playoffs. Those teams are HRN, RCO, Free Smoke, Nexus, Did We Make It? So we'll keep a close eye on those teams who absolutely need to place top 3. HRN right now and RCO are the only ones that are kind of in the running.
Now, John, I do want to say, too, when it comes down to our current top 7 standings, only one of those teams have a spot in the playoffs. So that's good for the 6 teams that's in that bubble. And that one team is Aim Assist. Team TSM is going to be sitting at number 8 on the bubble. Now, RCO is at 9 and Liquid's at 10, but we know that they have a spot. So it's a few teams out here who can make those dreams come true as we rotate on over towards World's Edge. And, John, I know this is one of your favorite maps right here.
I'm a big fan of World's Edge, especially from a competitive perspective, as we're currently watching to see who could potentially make it. We're currently on board with Free Smoke, one of those teams we did mention needs to get top 3 in order to win. Free Smoke not in the top 10 as it currently stands. It looks like there's going to be a bit of a fight off the rip. Did We Make It? Damaged quite a bit as they're playing Mirage Voyage. Going to get tagged up. Stunny now going to get the Q off just barely and is able to run for his life as it currently stands, but needs to get back to his teammates. Looks like the Rise are going to come through, and look at that. It is going to be Did We Make It? Eliminating NRG off the rip. Blaze, that is massive.
Wow.
NRG, as we know, is one of the teams that have not yet qualified.
Yeah, man, that is huge to be the first team to drop off. Now, luckily for NRG is that they came into this tournament in 4th place when it comes down to ALGS points. So, NRG fans out there, you don't have anything to be worried about right now at this given moment, but all these teams in this lobby are hunting for those spots. So NRG, hey, they'll have a better drop next time around. At least we hope so. On our screen, we got Team Superior, another one of those squads that is on that bubble, John. They are currently sitting in position 6, I believe. And yes, they are. And so now we see these guys right outside here, towards Epicenter, going by Overlook, but we'll see what type of rotations they can make. And actually, I'm mistaken, this is TSM that we're watching as they're making their transition towards Overlook. And I think a fight's about to break out here soon because they want positioning here towards this back end of the map, and we'll see if they can get it.
Look how fast TSM is to make the rotation. We all know, or maybe if you're new,
no hesitation.
You don't know, TSM does drop towards Fragment. They are so quick. Back to that Pathfinder meta. So we did, again, see them run the Wombo combo of Crypto and Revenant. They played very, very aggressive. They changed and adapted their style of play. Well, they went back to what worked really, really well for them. Drop Fragment, hit the beacon as early as possible, understand where the next ring is going to be, get a fast rotation into circle, set up with the Watson fences on Reps. We all know how powerful of a support player, role player Reps is on TSM. And of course, you survive from that point on. I like the fact that TSM went back to their roots and what works really, really well. I'm excited to see if it makes a difference for them.
Yeah, I don't think they didn't have a good first day when it came down to GLL tournament the other week or so, and they ended up making that switch back towards their bread and butter here, right? So, so far, it's been working out for them, and we'll see them keep building on that success because, as we heard too say earlier, that these boys want to win at all costs. They're just some of the purest competitors in which you can get in esports. Hey, and their record shows just that. So we'll see what type of numbers they can put up here on World's Edge in our final 3 games of the Summer Regional 4. Now on board here with 303 Esports as they're starting to make their rotation towards Overlook as well. And we've been seeing a lot of teams head over towards this side of the map, John. And it's not a lot of space now. It's a few buildings over there at Overlook, but to get there, it's a lot of open land, and we're seeing shots whiz by 303's face.
Yeah, it's almost like a scene from a war movie right now as 303 is currently working the way over to Overlook. There's a couple teams there. They don't have a Pathfinder on their team, but that's where you play follow the Pathfinder. If you see some Pathfinders making quick rotations, they may have spotted TSM up top towards Fragment, towards over to Epicenter, and they're able to make those rotations a little bit quicker. RCO currently in 10th place, another one of those squads that must qualify by getting top 3 if they want to make it to playoffs and not have to play through that grueling last chance qualifier. And I say grueling because we've had hundreds of teams that are going to be trying to qualify across every single region. Only 2 spots for North America and 2 spots for South America. So there's so much at stake here to get one of those few spots for the 20 total roster spots that are going to exist for the playoffs, which is where you're playing for a lot of the big money.
And John, you made a good call out about, looking for the Pathfinders. I do believe it was HRN and that listening in the previous game, and we heard in their comms that I don't see no Pathfinders, And, with their lack of having a Pathfinder in their team, they're just looking for any intel for the that they can get when it comes down to rotations, because we know Pathfinder can hit those beacons and learn when that next circle is going to be at. So that's the way to compensate for not having them on the team. Just like, once again, we see HRN here. Gibby, Wraith, Watson. So they're just going to be fortified. They got the Gibby shield for the rotation as well as that Wraith portal. So they'll be all good here. They just need to, slow down, get the intel, and keep playing for those placement points, and the kills will come to them.
Exactly right. CLG, one of the teams that also has not qualified, but they're on the fringe, on the bubble for points alongside Millions, Team Superior, and 303. Those are the teams that are vying to increase their points as a way to get in by ALGS points if they don't get top 3 of this tournament. But CLG currently in first place. They're like, hey, Fallout, screw ALGS points right now. We want first place. We want top 3. We want one of these top 3 qualifying spots to make it in instead. Them alongside Flying Drone, who are sitting in a very good spot from an ALGS points perspective.
All right. As we see here, WPA, right? They're gonna be in Respawn Village, as we are gonna start calling it. Since Touche is on the show now, and I personally, I love the name for this area of the map. But as we see, WPA, they're gonna be setting up here, and this is gonna be a good building for them. But now we're rotating on over towards Millions Gaming. They're gonna be at that hillside choke there. Gonna be able to pick up some kills. And so far, they're looking good here with this height advantage. No players are going to be behind them just yet. And this is going to be prime real estate here as we move on over to circle number 2.
Exactly right. Millions Gaming, I believe, coming from Chile, and as well as one Argentinian. They're going to take out Team Superior, who is one of the 3 other teams that they are fighting in this lobby right now to try and make it in through points. So that's a big pickup on Team Superior, 2 teams that are really vying for a top placement. If they don't get top 3 in this tournament, which both teams aren't very well positioned to get top 3, they're going to want to get in with one of those placement spots in terms of overall ALGS placement points. If you're like, Fallout Blaze, what in the world do you guys keep talking about these ALGS points? Every single summer circuit tournament, every Super Regionals event we've had, this is the 4th one, has awarded pro points or ALGS points for placements and where you ended up in that respective tournament. Those points accumulate over the summer circuit, and the players that have that have the highest amount of points will get a qualifying spot. I believe as it currently stands, 6 qualifying spots are going to go to the teams with the 6 highest ALGS points that have not already qualified.
Good this way.
Yep, correct. And more spots can be open if we do get some repeat winners. So, for example, if Team Liquid, TSM, Rogue, not Rogue, but Aim Assist, Smile, or Complexity come out on top here, these guys will have one more spot that's going to be acquired there by those ALGS points subscribed. So now we're back on over here towards Overlook, and we've been watching teams rotate towards this side of the map for a good amount of time here. Now we get to see how everybody's going to be set up, as this is going to be a nice little ending ring area, if I may say so myself. You got nice sight lines here, got some buildings here as well, but we'll see where it ultimately ends when that time comes. WPA, they're going to be set up in this building, still gathering that intel. As we talked about their team comp earlier with the Gibby, the Watson, and this Wraith here, they're going to be looking for Pathfinder rotation so they can stay at pace with their opponents and don't get behind. But hey, if they do, they got that Gibby shield and that Wraith portal to make sure they can make some great rotations if things get a little bit messy.
Yeah, that was Klein right there, a free smoke that they just spotted out, and he did get taken out. I'm not sure why he was deciding to avoid that rat spot. It wasn't the best rat spot that he was in, but we saw him pop out, and in the end, he did get taken out, and that was the last member alive. So we're down to 16 squads remaining. Would have liked to have seen him try to rat out a little bit longer if he could have. Meanwhile, looks like a portal is going to be placed as it currently stands. On board it with CLG, I'm Madness, captain of the CLG squad. Currently sitting with just gray shields to his name. He would like a better situation there in terms of shields, but they are in circle. They're in a pretty good position right now within the ring. I think they're going to stay put until they see and maybe get some more intel as to where things are going to go, as we do have an overall look at who else is alive. They, of course, are running that Caustic meta that worked out so incredibly well for them. That late game Caustic was crucial and really got them the win last game.
Yeah, and so that late game Caustic was super crucial. And we'll see if Caustic will find himself in a position to possibly almost lock them in another win. But in this area of the map, hey, he could. It's a lot of tight quarters here, a lot of buildings, and we'll just have to see where that inner circle lands, because as we saw towards the end of Kings Canyon, we got some funky inner circles there, a little interesting, some few interesting positions. So we currently see Did We Make It, and look how fortified they are in this cave side, John. All those caustic traps at certain choke points, and they're gonna have themselves a nice base of operations ready for anything that comes their way.
That's exactly right. Well positioned. Another team representing that caustic meta. Any of y'all caustic mains out there, man? There's something about you.
I know Nathanius, man. He has the biggest smile.
You gotta be a certain level
right
of toxic to play caustic. Let me just be honest here. Let me just say, call a spade a spade. No, I'm just playing. I love how the way.
Say it with the chest.
Say it with the chat, exactly. I'm gonna say it with confidence. No, I'm just playing. But I love how Deltouche, by the way, was explaining the late game as we just he was like, it was bloody, it was smelly. It was almost like he was explaining a bad dream or a nightmare. He was like a child that just woke up from a bad dream.
Sounds like he'd been in those situations a few times in a few rain games there, man. Traumatized.
Exactly. That's exactly right. For now, on board with aim assist.
So John,
one of the
aim
squads
assist,
here
man.
that can steal a spot.
Yeah, they rotate around through back geyser side. So they've been clearing out a few of these caustic traps, and Did We Make It is going to be on the other end of them. Now, luckily enough for aim assist is that they don't have to make any drastic moves at this point. They just need to play their game, play for these kills. They already got a playoff spot locked in, but these boys want to win and play spoiler.
Yep, that's exactly right. I love how they gave the scout to their Gibraltar. I think that's a wise decision. As a Gibraltar, you have the extra shield as your passive, which means you want to be the one that's leveraging some of the longer range weapons, the Sentinel, the triple take, the scout. Typically, we see the scout use more than the previous two. So he's the one that's going to just be poking, trading for damage, and also trying to get rid of those caustic traps long range.
Perfect timing there on that drop by that Wraith to be able to get that, whatever was in there, and portal back. Hopefully for them, it's a Kraber, because I love my Kraber plays. We see this engagement happening finally between Did We Make It and aim assist, and this is going to be a big one for Did We Make It. And they're going to have these guys trapped towards this back point of the choke, and they're going to see off this next circle that aim assist, they're still going to have some room to move around here. The circle's not going to completely trap them in, but that's not going to be a lot of room for them. They're going to have to fight this fight now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Interesting.
A third party could come, though.
Bit of a standoff here. Yeah, that's, you say a third
Wouldn't
party?
be the worst thing in the world for aim assist.
Yep. I agreed with that. I think they're doing a good job poking, getting a lot of damage in. They had an opportunity to take
hit that or not?
There you go. Look at that. Nice headshot with the Sentinel's going to be picked up.
It wasn't a headshot.
Shield battery right there.
Body shot. Body shot.
Oh,
yeah,
body shot. Okay, good looks.
Yeah.
Good looks. I thought I heard. I thought
you got to call a headshot, right? Yeah.
But I know,
he gonna give us one, though.
I see you on canals. I know you with the sniper. You're very particular. No, I'm just playing.
No, I am, John. You are absolutely right. I am a sniper fiend if you don't know me, okay?
Tried and true. Every game title, by the way.
Tried and true. Every game. I call it like it is. If you think you're good, I want to see you on the other side of that scope. I say it. I love the comp. I love the
1v1. We got the Blaze versus any of y'all watching right now. 1v1 Krabers. I want to see it happen. I'll cast it.
I want to see the best snipers in the game in North America, right? We got a lot of these guys in this one. And Monsoon being one of them. Can't wait to see him make some plays, but I hope we get a chance to get blessed in this map. But as we're seeing this engagement pop off, aim assist still not able to get off this rotate out his back geyser, and with the gas coming in the next 26 seconds, they know that, hey, you know what? We're gonna be back here for a while, and we're just gonna have to muscle our way through this.
At some point, they're going to have to make a decision, Blaze. Do they push through and muscle their way through, or do they double back towards Geyser and go through the choke? I think one is an unknown. It's a path that they have no idea what's ahead of them. One, they understand the path forward, and it's a pretty messy and muddy path. So either way, you're not in a great situation for aim assist. They got to make a decision here soon.
Yeah, the Geyser play is going to go out the window at this moment exactly. Now with the zone moving in, it's going to be a level 3 circle, and we know that. Still is going to be some damage there. And it's still going to be a long rotation just to get to the other side of that safe zone. So, aim assist. They're going to hold their ground, and they're going to they just got to pray for that third party. When the third party comes, it gets crazy. Then at that point, throughout that commotion, they can get out of here. They're going to have this Gibby O and his bubble, but as we know, he cannot use that in a cave.
And there's absolutely no reason for them to push this either if you're aim assist. Why not play your chances, play your RNG, random number generator, to see where the circle or the ring is going to collapse towards. Maybe you get lucky, maybe it's on you, and then you can basically force that third party. Chances are you will not get lucky, though. They'll find out momentarily, but you might as well play those odds, as we got about 3 seconds, and we will determine where aim assist will go and what will they have to do.
All right, so This is a big zone, and they got a long rotation as we just saw there. I felt the whole team say, damn, okay, here we go. Now we gotta fight.
Exactly. Either they said damn or it was just silence. It was just like we all know what we have to go through to make it on
Yeah,
this
they
game
knew
right
up,
now.
but
Either way, it's not gonna be nice. Here comes the
now,
here comes the push though. Using that Gibraltar ultimate to push up. Or sorry, Gibraltar dome shield to push up. Great shot gonna come through with the Prowler. That's what the Prowler can do. And it's gonna be aim assist that comes out on top. Very well done for aim assist.
Muscling their way through. They knew in that given moment. We all felt it, chat. They says, okay, let's just go ahead, take the fight. And hey, they took it with confidence. They knew what move they had to make. And once they committed as a unit, aim assist, man, hey, they do what they do best. So we're gonna rotate on over towards. We saw
what is this, like
they're gonna be locked up on top of the hill. Oh, they got some more action, and here comes WPA, and they says, oh, you guys partying in here without us?
Yeah, it's like you take out the mini boss, now you gotta fight the final boss. I'm not sure what's exactly happening, but they're working their way through. It's almost like they're in the trials right now as more and more enemies are appearing, and just like that, WT Frankie is gonna get tagged up quite a bit here. 3 versus 3 fight. We got aim assist going up against WPA. Look, they're melting again. They can't be stopped, boys.
It cannot be stopped. Resulta is going to be at 1 HP, but all 3 members are alive, and that's what's most important. And once the dust is settled, I think they killed everybody once again. So another team fight won by them, but 20 seconds on the clock, John, and they have a long rotation, and they have to heal up as well.
They do. These are the Bloodhounds trials. Second trial completed. What's next? We will see. A nice job by aim assist, though. And I love that they did it with speed because they needed to. If they didn't, their backs were against the storm. They probably would have gotten wiped. Now they have some time to make that rotation. Still a pretty tough rotation to make, as now we have 1 second left until that rotation will come.
So now we see Hill's about to come in, about to start closing in momentarily. Is actually happening now. So the rotation from aim assist, they were able to get healed up, but they're gonna have a team to their left that they're gonna be trying to put some damage in off the rotation. Not a good amount of cover to the right. Actually, maybe just enough for them to safely be able to get position, but they want to pick up some kills along the way and put out some damage. And I think it's a great call. And somebody else is gonna make even a better call. As you see, that is a field in which no player wants to cross with all those giddy barrages falling down there. We'll see if anyone can make it through that.
Exactly right. TSM with a beauty of a nade right there. Going to be picked up by Alberlelli. Rep still with that same gray shield he had at the beginning of the game, but they are TSM. They did make that early rotation, so the Pathfinder showed it to be correct. As I think they're able to hit double beacons and figure out where the 3rd or 4th ring were. So great job by TSM, being one of the best positions in the game. They will now have to rotate as they got a team right behind them. TSM currently stuck between 2 teams, forced to fight a little bit of a 2-front war, but they still do have high ground, so they're in a pretty decent spot here, boys. They do see the Bloodhound sonar detected, though. You know that means Complexity's nearby.
Yeah, and Hal has his zip line going up to the top of that mountain, so he's been up there poking all type of players and just getting as much intel as he can. And we got the intel, and we see aim assist. Only 1 player was able to survive that rotation, but hey, at least they were able to we saw the position they was in before. At least they was able to survive for now, but for how long? I may have just jinxed them. As we see HRN scouting, they know somebody close by, but gentrifying, he's gonna catch one in the gas. Beautiful knock. He's gonna be able to get a kill, trying to thirst it, but I don't know if he got it in time. He does.
That's a beautiful plays coming through for HRN. They have one knock,
he
but
get it. There's
HRN is currently in a great spot. They're in 2nd place, trying to punch their ticket to a playoff. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen with HRN.
Right here, on my fences. He's solo. He's a solo Watson, right here. On my fences. Kill this guy. Kill him and then go. Nice. Wrap right side. We're going hard right side. We're playing slow side. We're not
They put it on
forcing
the
anything.
left. Be careful.
How long on portal? How long on portal and bubble?
I'm about to have
I have bubble.
They have Devo though. We have to be careful from our left. People are gonna push up from our left.
Yep.
I almost cracked one.
I don't have my ult.
We need to get in zone. We need to bubble into zone.
92 on the left.
We need to bubble into zone. We need to bubble into zone.
Yeah, I bubbled in zone. I'm bubbled in zone.
Up in the butt.
We need to go left. We need to go left to that bubble.
I killed one on the left.
Go bubble.
I got knocked by zone. It's just you guys.
Use me.
Fuck.
We got 4th with 7 kills. That's not bad at all.
Nice job. I don't know. That team had white armors. I think we just needed to hard aggress on them.
We couldn't.
And you love to hear the positivity from HRN, even though they didn't get the placement they wanted. They got the kills that they wanted. It's very well done from them. 7 kills will help them quite a bit. Now on board with Solafide. Solafide with the roster change. They picked up the other McCarthy brother. We know McCarthy brother, since they've split up and made quite an impact. One got picked up by Complexity as it currently stands as a stand-in, I believe. Not sure if it's formally formal. And the other by Solafide. 2 top teams picking up 2 great brothers.
Solafide, man, they're in a great position to progress on into this top 3 as we go into game number 5. This will be a big win for them. Smile and 303, the other 2 teams here, they're going to be a little bit more down in those standings, but also important game for these guys as well as Smile. Just trying to tag up these players. Gibby Barrage comes out. The disengage is there. John, I don't know who's going to come out on top with this one.
It's going to come down to this. 2 squads remain in this one, Blaze. It's not going to be Solafide. They do get taken out. So 2 squads do remain. We got 303 and Smile. Smile has qualified. 303 is on the fringe and needs this win. They're going to get a good start to this fight here. Blaze working wide left, getting some great shots in to kick things off. As I believe they're going to down 1. Vinny goes down, all up to the last 2 members of Smile. Great return fire going to be put on Fury. He's going to be tagged up quite a bit here, but 303 is slowly collapsing and quickly, swiftly going to take out their enemy team. They end up on top, and 303 Esports are the champion of game number 4. What a finish right there, Blaze.
Yeah, what a finish indeed. Coming into this match number 4, it was 8, 9, and 14th was their placings, and now they get to get a first place placement with those 12 placement points, and they got a good amount of kills there as well. So that's going to move them up there in the rankings, and this is a team that that wants to qualify, as all these teams do, of course, right? But now they're going to be in a good position as they go into games 5 and 6 now. Solafide, HRN, they placed very high in that one, and they both needed that, John, as Solafide was in 7th and HRN was in 2nd. I'm pretty sure after that top 4 finish right there, they should be in 1st place maybe.
Yeah, that's a good call out. We'll see what happens. We'll see how things shake up. CLG had a decent showing as well. We know there's a lot at line here, and it's going to be changing quite a bit, you know, as who's going to qualify for what, how many ALGS point spots are going to be available.
John, that wasn't a game that CLG got eliminated first, was it?
No, that was not. That was NRG. NRG got eliminated first.
Okay, yeah, NRG got eliminated first. Okay. Yeah.
CLG made
which was something that was unfortunate for them. Yeah, all the G's.
Exactly right.
That's
exactly right. Very unfortunate. We'll see NRG bounce back very, very well. A lot at stake, a lot to talk about as to who's going to qualify, who's going to make it to the playoffs. And of course, we do have 2 of the best in the business to break it down for y'all. Let's go ahead and throw it back to Kate and T Squared.
Oh, I love it. From 2 G's to 2 other G's? Do I sound silly saying that out loud? I'm okay with it, Tom. How on earth did we find ourselves here? Smile 303, bringing it down to the final circle, and 303 bringing it on top. Talk me through a little bit about how 303, in fact, got that W.
Yeah, it was just a clean 3 versus 3, and they came out with a lot of damage, pushing, focusing on one person. And Overlook endings are so fun, and it's very common to see that type of ending. So a lot of people predicting how that one's going to go, but there's a lot of wiggle room, and there's a lot of interesting fights. Like we saw a fight happening inside of one of those dewy tunnels, as Talzhush likes to say, over where towards the vault is, going from No Name, and that was I believe Aim Assist fighting for a year, it felt like, inside of there. So those are just those interesting fights where when you're on the edge, you're absolutely on the edge. Overlook is a hard place to infiltrate. A lot of teams did play this the correct way, and 303 coming out on top.
Now, I love when you talk about other teams that did play correct, even though they didn't get the W. TSM's a great example of that. I think they did the rotation better than anybody. They did a lot of incredible drop themselves. Tell me a little bit about why they weren't at the end circle. Tell me a little bit about how TSM did things right, and then ultimately, you know, not so right.
Yeah, it's just the way that the cookie crumbles on these overlooked circles. Sometimes you go and you take a fight that you're not expecting, or sometimes people are going to be in your way. But I think other teams that played that correctly would be CLG and HRN, because they're towards the top right now. So I'd like to kind of focus on these guys, because CLG was there early and they continue to have great position consistently. So this is one of the better tournaments that we've seen from them since they came out so hot with their dub a while ago, a couple months back. But then a team like HRN, when we go into their listen and their positivity that they've had afterwards too, that's something that keeps the engine going. They want to try to get their first win on the board, and that's how you do it. You say, all right, guys, we didn't throw away a game there. We milked some points. And I thought that was a really great listen, and even though they died.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, you're absolutely right. Let's focus in on some of those key players, some of those key teams that are going to be on top of our leaderboard. Speaking of leaderboards, Tom, let's take a look at our Game 4 results here, that first game on World's Edge of the Americas region. 303, as we saw, 9 kills. Not too shabby, Tom, but HRN pulling in number 7 on the kill count.
Yeah, coming in second in kills. That's why they were so happy with their performance there. CLG right behind them, sitting in 5th place, but it was Smile and Solafide with some fantastic positioning. It's just unfortunate for Smile that they weren't able to get the W. 303 Esports, we've seen how strong their team fighting is. They seem to surprise me in a lot of these small skirmishes. They excel and they can hang with anybody. If they could continue to get their shot calling down, their positioning down, their circle prediction down, they're going to be a very scary team going forward, and I'd look out for these guys too. But I'm excited to see what these teams at the top are going to do. You have, again, CLG, HRN. So many teams have an opportunity to get top 3 here. That's going to be anyone's fight going into these final games.
Tom, I love it when you talk about scary teams. Let's see all of them over on our overall standings right now. HRN still on top, but CLG is not far behind, Tom. Not far behind at all.
Not at all, and one of the things that we got to point out is NRG sitting in 5th was the first team to get eliminated. We had 2 contestants in the beginning of World's Edge. It's not like Kings Canyon where everybody's going to have their own spot. It seemed like teams wanted to contest over towards Mirage. Another team wanted to contest over towards Lava City. NRG loses that fight early, putting them in 20th place and not racking them up any points. If they have a halfway decent game there going into Game 4, we're looking at them into the top 3. So I'm looking at NRG right now, and I'm really wanting to jump on board with them when we get into this game to see if they're going to land at Mirage again or if they're going to take it elsewhere and try to find a spot on the map. They may want to say, screw these guys, let's take them out, let's get the kill points. We're higher than them right now in terms of the points, and we want to go flex.
Now, I also want to say, number 6 coming in 303 Esports, they just, as we just saw, they just found themselves in that final circle winning the W. Winning the W? Yeah, you know what I mean. At any rate, someone else to watch for certain, and I will tell you that I always listen to you and your analysis, so NRG now fully in my view, as I'm sure it is with our viewers at this point. At this point, we also want to showcase, actually, speaking of 303, I love these segues, we have their winning highlight moment that we want to showcase here right now. And Tom, I'd love you to what is that called? When you something, take it out.
Dissect it?
Thank you. That's the one.
So here you can see exactly what they're dealing with, and when you see the R9 Devotion on Fury, you start to feel really good. They're fairly low on resources, so this is an all-in fight, and they need to focus on one person solely. So they go and take this portal to reset their positioning, to reset their armors, get some more resources, and now they can take their time to get in. So he ditches the Devotion, gets a shotgun so he has a better combo, and that's the rip for the kill. You start to realize now it's a straight head-on-head fight. With the zone being in the favor of the opposite team here, which is going to be Smile, they elect to go and push forward early and get a nice little opening damage there. It's going to be 24, but keep in mind, Bonyhead only has a white armor. That's the rip right there onto Mini. Senpai double teaming with Fury. That opens up this entire fight. Once that happens in a 3-on-2 situation for the win here in the finals, this team is not going to mess it up. And that's what we're talking about with these small skirmishes by 303. They don't even have the advantage. They have less armor. They're in the superior position if you're Smile. So that's not a fight that you would typically expect them to go and win, but 303 showing full confidence. Great job by them.
I feel like another word 303 might be good for is scrappy. You know, the kind that are just going to find their way no matter what. And we perhaps just witnessed that kind of scrappiness in that final circle. Speaking of scrappy, no way to segue there. We have some tweets.
Some scrappy tweets?
Some scrappy tweets. This one, by the way, I believe the theme of these tweets right now is cute. And so that's what we've got going on here, my friend. Carol. Carol's watching with her kitten. And apparently a TSM fan. So that's fun. TSM
I'm so
fan,
glad that cat is blocking my face because I gotta say that cat is way cuter than me. What a cute kitty. And look at this little doggy on the lap. He's got gaming on the right monitor so he can play and he gets inspired. Probably plays while we're talking. And then he has the gameplay on the left. What
wear a mask, my dudes. Wear a mask like there's always a caustic, always some gas. And finally, Sammy, don't have any pets on my 3. Oh my gosh, that he is adorable. And you know what? Yeah, future programmer. I'll see it. I see it all day. Well done, everybody. And of course, remember that if you want to be a part of this, make sure to follow us at Play Apex. Use the hashtag ALGS. Now, the last 3 people you saw on our screen just now, because they were featured on our show, what is it, Tom?
It's going to be 1,000 Play Apex coins going out. That's 3,000 total. Keep sending the tweets. We love to see them.
It is fast math, Tom. Fast math, and one of the many things that we have from you today. Oh, I'm very, very excited for going into our Game 5. You know, Tom, is there anything last you want to talk about before we hit this? I say elusive Game 5 because, you know, you're so used to, like, in esports, the Game 5, the Game 7, or in sports in general. We've obviously got 6 games, but this is where we're really starting to see those Hail Mary plays, those rubber meets the road kind of play styles.
I really want to jump on board when we start this with NRG. I think that we need to see where their landing spot's going to be. I want to see more CLG. I want to see more HRN. And I want to see these teams in the top 5 that are duking out towards the top 3. Again, there's about 5 to 10 teams there that could slide up into the 2nd and 3rd position. And I want to see what's going to go on, starting with NRG, who I believe is in 5th overall right now.
Well, it sounds like that's something we could possibly make happen here very shortly with some gameplay. Remember, if you want to follow all the action, you can go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Play Apex Compete or twitch.tv/PlayApex. But in the meantime, it's time for some gameplay right after this.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
There's something about that Lenovo bop, man. You know, there's something a little bit about that beat, starts to bring it in, you know, and I'm like, okay, I'm feeling this. By the way, I mean, do you run a 2 PC setup, Touche? What's your setup look like? Because I'm actually running everything off a good laptop right now.
Okay, nice. I used to have a laptop. It wasn't good. It would freeze whenever I would get 100 bits or more. So,
okay.
But right now I have a PC that was sponsored by Lenovo Legion as well. So shout out to you guys. You guys are the best.
Hey. I literally didn't know that. So, you know what? That's just natural affinity for a great product right there. So we got to give the shout out. You know, it's Game 5. This is also a great product, the game that we're in, which is going to be, you know, kind of a, I wouldn't say do or die. I mean, obviously, if you're in a battle royale, it is, you know, do or die. You either win or you die. But the point of this do or die is the fact that so many teams are on the cusp of achieving big things for themselves. And you said keep it game by game. Well, you look at HRN, you look at CLG, the teams that needed to win in order to qualify for the playoffs. Otherwise, it was going to be a rocky road maybe. Well, look at them. Top 2 in the leaderboard. Talk about seizing the moment.
Yeah, I know earlier I was discussing, you know, don't focus on the scoreboard too much. Try to stay in the moment. Focus on one game at a time. However, I'm flipping the switch on you because it's Game 5. You got 2 more left. And if you find yourself, you know, lower than you want to be on the leaderboard, now's the time you say, hey, fellas, we got to get more kills, or we need to make a different play than we made last game. We need to adjust. We need to improve. So Game 5 and 6 is when it really comes down to it. You can't make any mistakes, and you got to play at the top of your game.
And as you can see, we are on World's Edge. And that is one of the most beautiful things for us. This is our first game to cast this lovely map. We had 2 on Kings Canyon, which were just barn burners. And now we are ready to head to the new map. Lava and ice is the theme. And so many teams have been hot and cold today. But NRG, T-Squared mentioned he wants to see what's going on with them. High on the ALGS overall points, and obviously high here. Can they take a win after their only win coming from that Apex OT6 right before we started our summer circuit? Will it be HRN and CLG who continue to seize the day? Maybe Solafide. We'll have to find out. As Complexity, another talking point here, bringing in teams that are almost assuredly qualified, are qualified, but fighting for something else. And that is when they get to those playoffs, Touche, the ability to have extra points when they start. You knowing that, you know, it's just like Poland. You have a cap, and once you reach that cap of, not a cap, but say a number, a threshold, once you reach that with points, then you can win a game and it's all over. And some of these teams like TSM, Complexity, Rogue, people who have been performing consistently are going to have points going into that, so they'll be closer to that threshold. And so these performances do matter in terms of placement.
Yeah, having that point boost from your past performances going into the major tournaments, the playoffs, it's just going to be such a huge confidence boost that these teams may or may not need. You're going to have so much more leeway. You know, if you make a mistake first game, you can say, all right, you know, we have the points, we played well in the past, and we can just wash that game and reset. So it's going to give a lot of buffer room for teams, you know, to confidently push if they want to, or just play safe and use the buffer to their advantage.
Oh, and big fight here happening. Mirage Voyage. We've all been here, right? Where you land and it's contested. Usually it looks a little crazier than this. There's a party started and, you know, 8 different teams are around, but it's just 2 right now, and it's a old Western stare down 10 paces away, and they turn and shot, it seems like. And it is going to be NRG facing off against Did We Make It, a team that has to get top 3 here. Otherwise, it's very unlikely they will be able to join the other teams in the playoffs unless they get the top 2 spots in the last chance qualifier, which is anything but easy.
Rocker taking a solid amount of damage there, but I believe they traded the damage. But however, Gibby is pushing up on the right side with the bubble, trying to climb up. Only get hits for 9. He's going to say, no, I'm not. We're going to try to fall back. He should have stayed. This probably going to get picked here. The RE45 taken out GS Bird. Now it's a 2v3, but Rocker doesn't have too much up work with Evo Shield and about 30 HP. Still a 3v2 in this. Ooh. But it looks like Designful.
Aim assist.
And then the came out of third party from Thermal. Oh no. What a crisp third party this is turning out to be for them.
And these are 2 teams that are going to see each other in those playoffs almost assuredly, and it's just about placement and how many points they're going to start off with, if any. And, you know, taking some losses there. NRG end up cleaning up the top, but they do lose 1, and that's Nathan, who has gone down to Gentrifying. And so Frex realizing things are not looking good. He hasn't gotten the banner yet, and he is just going to try to get a respawn and reset, as that was not as clean as they would have hoped. Still 20 squads left, so no one's taken the full down. But tons of kills happening here in Mirage Voyage as we go to the other side of the map near Complexity, as they are pushing Epicenter over onto that back side, looking to maybe capitalize on a few kills as you see Nellis, who has gone down thanks to Reptar.
You got to give credit to Aim Assist on that third party. They typically land over at Thermal, and I mean, the third party was solid, the shots were good, but the speed of it and the intent of third party, it's so quick is what impressed me so much.
And Nexus team, their team also on the bubble, and unfortunately that bubble has been burst by Complexity. I hate to follow the sentence like that because it does suck. This is a team that has been trying to, you know, make it into these playoffs with maybe a miracle performance here, but going up against these teams, it's anything but easy in this lobby, and anything can happen, obviously, but it just hasn't happened their way. We'll have to wait and see if some things change towards the course of the end, but it's looking less and less hopeful. And of course, anything can happen. 1 mini. Clarify, Petty Boss, looking to slide in, push on this. You could see the pace, too. Almost feels a little faster. Teams going for kills more, willing to commit more, maybe a little bit more risk versus reward, and the risk kind of winning out in a lot of their minds, knowing they've got to make a move, and it's got to be big if they want to get the results they're looking for in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. If your team is not happy with where they're at on the leaderboards, you're going to see a more aggressive type of play style coming out. And again, you do have to take those risks for the reward. We're going to be seeing a lot more teams doing that in game 5 and 6 coming towards the end of the tournament here.
And you said Macaroni, Bronzy, just with a different name, or formerly. Not sure if he's switching it up for the tournament or he's decided that this is his new style. But Muffins, he's got the same style with Solafide filling in, or again, splitting up with the brother, but having such success with the Solafide squad. Just almost fitting like a glove to them. Metro is going to claim Prodigy Ace's life. 2 squads gone down already, but tons of fighting all over the map. And this is kind of what you like to see because it does create this level of almost an even playing field for some of these teams who do want to maybe play it a little safer, who maybe need to have a big game but don't want to risk too much early. A lot of these teams are now going to be crippled. They're going to have 1 or 2 members. They're going to have lack of resources because they 50-50'd or they've used a ton in an early fight, and it might be able to allow them to run up against an NRG or an aim assist and maybe win that fight.
You see the Wraith with a solid knock on the zipline, phasing away. Macaroni Tony 15, 1 HP down low. Does he get pushed? Looks like he's in a very tough spot here, and Resulta finally lands that shot. You saw about 4 go right over his head. But Resulta hits the shot on Macaroni Tony, aka Bronzy, taking him out. But do they get the thirst? He seemed to be almost safe around that corner. So we'll see in a second here.
And this is RCO Esports here. Usually Frapper is what we see filled in, so maybe this is just a sub for the day. But still involved. RKN, he's on the side of HRN, which right now are leading the spots here. 46 points total, and this is a team that needs to qualify it. So they've done everything they can in their power, and they are looking very good, but do not want to give up too early. It's a strange spot. Ahead 14 points now from third place, but if they lose or they go out, you know, top 20 or top 15, and then another team in that 7th through 4th spot, Touche, has a great game, it's all of a sudden their 2nd place, their 3rd place, and now you got to perform in Game 6, otherwise you could get knocked out of the top.
Oh my goodness, helping with some huge EVA shots. You saw the 95 damage EVA pump. That's a very rare number from the EVA. I typically hit 7s, 14s, maybe a 21 if I'm lucky. But a nasty 94 followed by a 30 body shot to just delete that Wraith trying to do something.
Yeah, the 7s and 8s, man. That's how much damage that weapon can do, right? I didn't know it could do more damage than that.
Yeah, that's usually max. I'm not sure. I don't know if he had a different attachment on it that I've never seen.
Yeah,
I play a lot, which is weird. I feel like I'd be familiar with it, but I mean, my 7s, they're just all over the place.
It's like the Mastiff 14, you know? The Mastiff 14, it's like that. That's like, I don't get it. That weapon only hits 14. I mean, I don't understand what the hype is, but I don't know. These pros, maybe they turned on the cheat codes here. We'll forget it. Well, you know, we'll stay to content creation here and casting. Let these guys hit the shotgun shots. Obviously, no one doubt Touche joining us here on the day. Fantastically filling in with the analysis, content creator, personality in the Apex scene. Could be pro if he really gave it the effort. That's the skill level here, but he's using it to bless us with his knowledge of the rotations and of the plays. TSM here, they've been blessing us with some good plays today, some strong moments. Obviously, some patient moments. Practice really is their goal to continue to dominate the way that they have done throughout the start, and now looking to say the end or the current state of Apex Legends. But HRN has stood in everyone's path in this lobby, and right now on this low ground, not really too exciting what they've got. No extended mag on the wingman, Touche. No, nobody really has more than a blue, and that's only on RKN.
Yeah, this is what you would call shambles. Shambles means your team is just not in a position they want to be in terms of loot, you know, armor, position. I find myself in shambles a lot in this game. I think many of us do, and that's the same spot HRN is in right now. Absolute shambles.
And this is where you don't want to be, but this is this is the trick, right? I feel like this is the swing game for them. We talked about it. And in the same way, where you look at complexity, TSM are right in that conversation of having the most ALGS points, having such high performances, and maybe starting out with up to 10 points heading into that final in September. And it's something that has really made the difference. We see if you can just get in that threshold, say it's 50 points, and you cross it before any other team, you almost have a free shot. It's just like, you know, hey, stand out of the way, let me shoot a free throw, let me shoot a three-pointer, nobody's guarding me. And I got a chance to just win the game before you guys get a chance to shoot yourselves. And that is so powerful. You cannot stress it enough. And it's a team that right now is sitting in about middle, 10th place or so, maybe a little beyond that. Not their best performance in this tournament. So hoping to have a big game here and definitely finish ahead of complexity. Maybe turn those ALGS overall standings on their head.
Yeah, we're talking about how teams might be getting desperate for points here, so that's why we have 14 left, typically be around 17, 18, maybe 19. But a lot of teams are playing with, I would like to call, contained aggression. So they know they need points, but they're not, just because you need points doesn't mean you're going to completely, you know, forget about the win, forget about late game, forget about the plan that you have in place. So you're going to see some more aggressive pushes off rip, but they still need to keep their head on them when it comes to, you know, falling back, relocating, not getting third party, and just still playing smart while also playing aggressive.
Speaking of a team that's only 80 points ahead of their second place in terms of overall points, looking to maintain that position is, well, you know them, you love them. You've heard them, you've probably seen their streams. It's TSM, 5-time champs in this circle. Let's go ahead and see what they have to say about how they're doing in Game 5.
The package is where they came from. Oh no, it's right here. I'm gonna drop my scout. Hopefully I get a gun so you can grab my light.
Yeah, I hope so.
I'm gonna go to the other cart. Are they still in here, or where are they?
They're still playing over there.
They're low ground over there. They don't have. I don't think they have shit. I don't think they have like a lot of shit at all.
Yeah, the Gibby is running around out there. He's on white. Watson on white too.
Just wasting my ammo.
I got a Kraber for you.
Nice.
You want me to run a Kraber? We should. Yo, look. Should we go truck right away now? We should go truck now. I think.
Yeah, probably.
You guys ready? Take the fucking light. I'm gonna go now. I'm portaling.
Okay.
I only have a prowler.
Portal's, I guess, good. It's not really threatened by anybody. There's light in here also.
One ult excel for this truck.
Optics here.
That's fine.
Sniper.
I'm 10-1. What do we have?
4-1.
8-2.
Here. How we need to trade. Should I pop a cell or keep gem?
I have no gen. Like I have a gen right now, but like I won't have.
Just pop a cell.
Well, I thought that was interesting because, you know, you have the Kraber on Hal, you've got the comms, which are a little quieter than usual, maybe too. Sometimes you could tell, like, they could pick that pace up right away when things get crazy, and Hal brings so much frenetic energy despite that calm, poised handle on the mouse. But my big thing, yes, he kicked a nice kill on the pity bosses. They were fighting HRN. He was talking about the Gibby and the Watson on whites. That was HRN. So first in this lobby, this tournament, playing first overall, and they end up kind of passing by each other like two ships in the night.
Yeah, I mean, TSM, they elect to get off the train cart up top, and Hal with a big call to go to the truck before anyone else does. And that's what defines TSM. I mean, they're so good at positioning themselves to make it possible to get more kills late game. They could have dropped down and tried to take that fight on HRN under the bridge, but they played it smart. They know that they have more kills to get later on in the game if they position themselves properly, and that's what they're doing right now. The Kraber in the truck could be, you know, a nice thing for them to have. It's not going to be as effective as it would have been on top of the train cart. But, I mean, you saw Hal hit the body shot, I believe. It might have been a no-rag, not sure, but then he ended up getting the knock on Petty Boss. Not sure about the thirst, but they should be able to find kills regardless if they sit in there for the rest of the time being.
Maybe it's just perfect luck that the team that could have potentially, and in many situations, seeing a Gibby and a Watson on whites and the confidence that TSM have with a Kraber in hand, probably would have taken that fight. Because TSM is also knowing complexity is having the potential to blow any lobby out of the water, win a game, and suddenly they are second place, maybe going into the overall standings when they should and want to be first, maybe costing some points. It just ends up working out for HRN, who, without winning this, do not look like they have an easy chance or maybe a good chance of making it into the playoffs. So again, we'll have to see what type of overall impact those teams not fighting ended up having, but shout outs again to using what you have and making the best of it here. As we see Madness, who just popped his portal to rotate his team here onto the edge of zone, maybe look to get a poke off, as it's Sorcerer, who his team, Flying Drone, have already won a game, but looking to go down here.
Yeah, they're getting shot in the back as well. CLG with 2 knocks, and he had to rotate into them because he was getting shot from maybe train cart or the little pasture below it, but he had no choice. He was completely pinched right there, and he pretty much just fed a kill to CLG.
Touche, looking at this lobby, we've seen a lot of different teams. Who's standing out for you right now?
Who's standing out? I mean, I gotta say CLG. The newest roster change. 2 new players just signed. I mean, they're performing extremely well together as a unit, as they have like in the past. But you know, they're not doing anything too crazy. But they are performing. They are putting up points. They are getting some wins, or 1 win, rather.
And
you get what I'm saying. They're playing pretty well.
No, I do. And I think that you made an interesting point. Not doing anything too flashy, but that to me kind of sounds like, you know, what they are, right? As a team, they're very consistent and almost reliable. Whereas you may look at other teams who have more of a flashy nature, win in these big, huge ways, like a Complexity, or they lose in these big, huge ways. CLG seems like they're not going to, you know, they're going to show up on time. They're going to turn their homework in, so to speak. And they're going to be taking advantage of the fights they should win and not losing the fights they shouldn't lose, essentially.
Yeah, in the words of my dad, Snipe Down, he once said, "I'd rather be consistent than flashy," and that is just so important in competitive Apex. I mean, there's no point in being flashy. If you happen to hit a clip, that's awesome, but does it give you any more points for, doing a 360 zipline stall Graybear headshot? No, it doesn't. It'll give you more respect, possibly, but no more points on the scoreboard.
Yeah, points maybe in a different, sector. Depends on who's watching. Depends on, who's got their eye on you in the Twitch chat. Maybe somebody, you got your eye on. Maybe want to play with a little later. You never know what that could do as far as the rep. But hey, we're not looking at rep here. We're looking at actual value, and the best of the best know that we'll save that for the pubs. We'll save that for the YouTube vids and clips. We are not going to go and try to risk it all on this. 303. Much of a risk here. I mean, they're at the highest place in this, map. I didn't even know that was possible to get on like that. Holding it down and dropping down.
There they go.
Yeah, they're in trouble. They got to get into that Gibby bubble. It's just going to provide a little bit like a wall for them to move into a better spot.
Yeah, they're going to be in a tough spot after they win this fight. If they do, there's going to be a team above them. The team above them is going to get forced out. Gibby going for a finisher while in Storm. Not sure. He's most likely going to go down. Portal barely makes it through. Oh my goodness, Bony Head getting away with 1 HP. That was a solid play by them. They got some points and rotated into Storm.
This looks like it's going to be rough, especially for Styles taking TSM. Pushing in, it's going to be CLG who goes down thanks to Albrelelli, and it's RKN of HRN who finds a big kill. But look at the kill feed right now. It is absolutely disastrous, dude. Everyone is going down. This rotation was so tough for so many teams holding Train Yard. They had to pass so many other members, and right now, fighting in the open, it's just who hits the massive shots and who hits the Prowler, and it seems to be going out the way of Solafide's. Pride takes down Reptar, and Albrelelli takes down Petty Boss. That might have just been Complexity going down with TSM still alive and well.
A great effort by the Bloodhound there. It might have been a 3v1, but he got 2 of them. And Yuri's trying to rotate, but gets melted by Hal with that Prowler. That gun is so strong, and Hal finds another one immediately, and it looks like Albrelelli grapples on him right after. Good comms from Hal, probably telling him to grapple on and push that. Secured the kill, and that is a very fast wipe on HRN by TSM.
And I don't think Arcane has gone down yet, so he may have a self-res. Actually, no, that's not even in this situation. You can't have the self-res. So Arcane, he's got to be down. It's got to be it.
I'm not going to lie. I forgot about that, too. I had no clue until you said it. Totally forgot.
You're like, man, why aren't we seeing any clutch self-reses? It's like, yeah, that was removed a while ago. We didn't tell anybody. It just was in an email to the players, but we've kind of made it common knowledge here as best we can. But yeah, for all you viewers, it's not here in competitive. That's in your pub games, in your ranked games even, but just not here in the esports scene. And a lot of players are really happy for that and what's impacting some of these placements in final circles. Right now, the only thing impacting these placements, it's Hal's aim on the EVA 8, and so far so good. Kraber in the hands of reps. Almost nobody else would rather have it on. With 1 kill, 6 squads remaining, and TSM looking primed to maybe take their first win of the day.
I think if TSM could get Hal in the right spot here, I can kind of tell by the way he's playing. He's feeling himself right now. His aim is on point. He's got this select Prowler that is such a strong gun. If they can get him in the right spot, he's going to provide them with a lot of picks. But it looks like Reps goes down the kill feed. Looks like a lot of stuff is happening in the kill feed as well. Pride, cranking phase in Storm. Definitely going to try to wrap, but it gets picked immediately from above. Now we're hopping on board with Sentinels. Crust, 1 HP. Gonna crank it bad down low as everyone just slows up a little bit. There's only 2 squads left. Could it be TSM up top? Who is up top? It all happened so fast. So many people died.
I know. I think it is TSM who are up top. I know there was Millions Gaming involved in that. I know there was WPA involved in that. And oh my god, it's WPA up top. So TSM have fallen. And it's WPA versus Sentinels. Could this be WPA's chance to shine it out? They're going to drop down with the power. And oh, Peach, he falls to pieces. It's Crust who returns fire back on the Predictable. It is Sentinels and Act trading. It's a 1v1. Could it be Act to finish off Sentinels? Claim the victory for WPA. He's got the wingman shots, and he's going to hit it. Oh, WPA take the victory. Act with the clutch, sending Sentinels packing. And he gives them their first win of the day, and what a win it was.
Man, that was a crazy team fight at the end. You saw the damage come out from the Wraith as the rotating Gibby was going under the bridge. They got a lot of damage. Actually, it was the Pathfinder. They got him down to probably 20 HP. Protectful takes a huge risk dropping down immediately instead of holding that height. I'm not sure if he calmed it to his team, but he dropped down instantly, got some good damage off on the Gibby, but didn't get a knock, got picked immediately, and then the fight kind of flipped. It was like this is winnable for both teams now. It turns out Ack in a one-on-one situation cracked the red armor, hit a headshot with the wingman. Missed a few in there because the knockdown shield, but hit the body shot to secure the win. What a fight there at the end.
Act protectful, Frankie. I mean, this team is a team that you look at, what they need to do, and they're guys that could absolutely benefit from winning this, locking their spot in. It's not an easy road for those who don't auto-qualify. And so what I loved is that in this type of a moment, you've got Sentinels who are in a great spot to already have September kind of locked up for them. But you look at WPA, they've got everything on the line. And Act takes that 1v1 with confidence, with poise. They drop down, they push in the moment. They hit their R99 shots. They trade 1v. I love the way that they went about that, Touche, because they could have played a lot more timid knowing they had the high ground.
They could have, and they just kind of full sent, and I can always respect a full send in Apex Legends.
Well, they've got 7 points right now. A big game, maybe even 20, would put them at maybe 27. And that would put them needing another huge game to get into the conversation of where the leader is right now, about 46, 42, 37. So maybe a miracle here at World's Edge to get WPA qualified, but you never know what can happen. That's going to be up to our analysts to talk about. Touche, again, before we go, thanks so much for casting with us today, dude. It's been great. That's going to be the last one for us. Fallout and, of course, Blaze are going to be finishing off this set. But, man, show some love to Touche in the chat. Hanging out with us, man. It's been a pleasure. It's really fun casting with you, and I hope we get to do it again. And, of course, any last words before we throw it back?
Let me get some bags in the chat.
Bags in the chat. All right, man. Catch the bag. These teams are looking for it as well. Let's send it back to Kate and T-Squared to go ahead and analyze Game 5.
Oh, man. Well, you know what? Also, a huge thank you to Daltouche and Rain Day for that stellar casting. Tom, my goodness. I love this elusive 5 games. I like to go to 6, and this is where, like I said, the rubber met the road, certainly for WPA, which, quite frankly, I didn't even have on my radar.
These endings have been amazing, Kate, and that is the best ending we've had all day. 1v1 right there, Act clutching it up, great wingman shots, doesn't go for the punch there, doesn't go for the melee, decides he's going to reload, took so much damage with the EVA 8, and I love how protectful, full set, like Daltouche said, that's what you do in Apex. You get damage, you send it, you play aggressive. This isn't a camping type of game. No one's sitting and hiding in bushes. Well, maybe if you're like the last guy alive and you're trying to get a lot of points or clean something up, but that's what's so fun about this BR compared to other games. It's not long extended fights. It's not camping. It's in your face action. That's how Apex is supposed to be played, and hats off to Protectful for sending it.
1,000% there. Now, Sentinels, they almost had it. And of course, you mentioned come down to 1v1. Let's see exactly how they got here. Let's talk about that Game 5 result. My goodness, here we go. This is my favorite part. Okay, obviously we had a WPA. But listen, Sentinels coming in with those double-digit kills.
No doubt about it. Also, HRN, Counterlogic Gaming teams that we were looking at, Solo Fide teams we were looking at, but Sentinels getting the most kills. They got to feel good about that. They're one of the best team fighting teams here. They excel in skirmishes, so it's no surprise to see them finally get a big game on the board in the kill area. But I'm really happy for WPA because now, as Rain Day was saying, they have a chance at a possible miracle. They have hope now. They needed a big game. They did it. Who's to say they can't do it again against some of the best teams in the world? So still, this top 3 is up for grabs. It's going to be a very exciting final game.
Speaking of the best teams in the world, let's take a look at what NA and SA have in store for our overall leaderboards. HRN still holding on despite Counterlogic Gaming. CLG coming on right behind them. And you know what? This is where the dead heats come in, right, Tom?
Just look at that. All of these teams have a chance that have over 24 points because you could put up a 20-point game. Imagine if Solo Fide or Smile, Aim Assist don't accumulate any points in this next game. So this is where the layers on layers of strategy come in. You had NRG. They got contested over towards Mirage. The other team still landed on with them. They split the side. Energy got the high ground, which is typically better. They didn't have very good armor. All of a sudden, you throw in a crazy wrench, which is Aim Assist, rotating all the way from Thermal, very quick to get up on top of them, stops them immediately because that fight was so elongated. So many little mind games, mini games being played within this final 6th game, Kate.
And you know what I like about this overall standing here, Tom? I'm talking about number 1 HRN, right? Usually when we're talking about number 1 in these kind of scenarios, it's you know, a team that's already made it. It's a team that's already gone the distance, and they've found themselves in line for those playoff spots. But to my knowledge, and double check me if I'm right here, HRN, CLG, both, they're fighting for their lives in the playoffs.
Yeah, these top 3 teams, I would say definitely the top 3 teams. A team like HRN, Counterlogic Gaming, Solifida, they're playing in possibly the biggest game of their Apex career coming up to this point, especially HRN, because they're sitting in first place right now. So I'm looking at them. I'm looking at, again, teams like Energy, CLG. I'm looking at, are they getting contested? Is aim assist coming with the fast rotation? What's going to happen here? Again, this is where teams really start to throw some curveballs here, because they start to realize exactly what the math is that they need, and now they know who they need to take out. And after 2 games on on World's Edge, these teams know where everybody's landing and vice versa.
Now, I love the math game because it's very much as action packed as we see in the map. But I want to talk a little bit about those teams and this is, you know me, I love asking about the underdogs. Where, if you are coaching that team that needs the 20, 27, 26 kind of point game, what are you telling them? Because the thing about Apex, and we've seen this time and time again, is that you have to have that balance, that like, what is it that I think it was Rain Day, or maybe Tush talked about it, where it's that controlled aggression, that control, like wait for it, and then go into aggression. Talk to me about, if you're a coach looking at one of those teams that really needs the points, what are you telling them right now?
That's exactly what it is. It's controlled aggression. That's how you play. Just like how Protectful was sitting over towards the top, he did big damage and he dropped down. Now, dropping down was extremely risky, but he was confident that his teammates were going to follow up. But what I would be telling everybody is that the only way we're going to get a big game is if we make it to the final circle. You can't go and get out in 5th or 6th one zone beforehand and expect to have enough kill points to go and get that 20-point game. You have to set yourself up for success. You have to make it to that final zone and get those extra kill points and those placement points.
Now, one of the things that I know you love talking about are drops, and we've got some established teams, and we've got some not as established teams. Where are you looking? If you are observers right now, and I think you did a great job calling out NRG to watch for in this last game. If you are observers, where are you focused on right now? What for you is going to be the magic drop zone?
Yeah, I'm focused on HRN. I'm focusing on CLG. I'm focusing on Energy, seeing if they're going to get contested again. Energy's been contested 2 out of the 2 games. We haven't seen anyone land where HRN or CLG is landing. These are the teams over towards the top. So I'm expecting to see something different, but we may see the same standard gentleman's agreement here where everyone kind of goes their separate ways. It's going to be interesting.
For sure, for sure. Well, guess what? Speaking of interesting, we've had a very interesting day here in the Super Regional number 4 for the Americas region. And so that means it's time to take a look at games 1 through 5 and the highlights therein. Tom, I love it when you break it down.
Yeah, so Energy coming through. Again, this is that crazy zone that was over towards Slum Lakes where everybody was splitting these buildings, and it ended up being HRN with their first win in game number 1. Exactly how you want to go and start this one. Another circle over towards the Slum Lake side, and this one was absolutely brutal. Slum members from Liquid tweeting this one out. Those are so hard to deal with because so much of the zone is dealt with by the giant mountain that's right there. As we take a look at some great plays from Complexity. These were the Hail Marys, the Kobe's being tossed up onto the roof right there. Look at that damage from Muffins, absolutely insane. But it was CLG and the sneaky Caustic from Baxlon and the snaky plays from Madness that win that game as we switch on over to World's Edge. CLG in the mix again over towards the end, but it's just Baxlon, so it's not enough as the Caustic, and 303 wins this one as they push on over towards the back of Orlick. Fantastic skirmish from them. And Smile over here couldn't really do anything as they were just trying to stay alive behind that res shield. So great job collapsing on this fight and cleaning up. 303 really excelling in the team fights. And we just saw it. Sentinels underneath under the bridge. And then Protectful and Squad over towards the bottom now, dropping great damage from them. And then the cleanup here from Act. Just phenomenal wingman shots. You can see hits the headshot right there for 76. No skull piercer. Here you think he possibly could die and throw this one, but he hits the final shot and gets the W for his squad, sending Sentinels back to the lobby.
Very clearly, we have had quite the action-packed day and the action-packed afternoon. Both we started with EMEA this morning, and of course, we're bringing in for the real thing coming up on Game 6 for the Americas Super Regional number 4. Hey, if you want to keep up with all the action, go ahead and follow us at Play Apex. Make sure to use the hashtag ALGS. If you see yourself on our screens, you might get, you will get 1,000 Apex coins. Plus, if you want to go ahead and keep up with us on other platforms, well, we'll let you do that too. That's going to go ahead and find yourself over at YouTube. Go ahead and subscribe at Play Apex Compete and twitch.tv/Play Apex. It is the place to be. That's where Tom and I usually hang out. And that's where Rain Day, Deltouche, Fallout, and even, yes, Blaze finds himself there as well. But hey, somewhere else where you should find yourself if you are into Lenovo, and who isn't. Also, if you're into discounts, and once again, who isn't, let's go ahead and showcase the 10% off select Lenovo Legion gaming products. You can use the code Apex Legion, not Legend, Legion. Fun facts there. So make sure to go and get your 10% off of some really stellar gaming products. Any last words, any final thoughts going into this last Game 6 of our America's Regional, Super Regional, I should say, number 4?
It's the final game, and anybody could take this one. So let's get it started, Kate.
I think that's better. Yeah, what you said. So let's go ahead and find out with our last casting pair right after this.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. Our Game 6. I can hardly believe how the action has unfolded. The story's so good. You couldn't have written it better. Fallout here, joined alongside Blaze. Your first time cast at Apex, and you get this good of a tournament, man. You've been blessed.
Yo, I was blessed to have you, man, because we didn't do a lot of casts together. You and Rain Day have been awesome to cast with, vets around the Apex scene. And you know what, man, I'm happy to be back. You guys was awesome, and shout out to the Touche bags out there lighting it up, and want to give some love to Touche because he killed it today as well. All right,
damn
folks,
straight,
let's get
man.
it.
We've had
our last map of the day.
That's exactly right. We've had quite the talent team, man. It's been an awesome, awesome team effort. Big shout out to every single one of y'all in the chat as well for providing nothing but hype and positivity, man. It's been great to watch the chat and watch everyone kick it. The chat's been lit all day long, so we appreciate y'all. But this is it. Game number 6. It all comes out of this. What's up, buddy?
This is it, and it all comes down to it. So I just want the fans to get back acclimated to what everybody's playing for and the teams in which we are going to be watching out for. Because as we know, our top 3, HRN, CLG, and Solify, they have those current top 3 spots in currently are going to be going off to the playoffs, right? Unless teams like Smile, Aim Assist, Sentinel, Solo Mid, NRG, hell, even 303 have a monster game right here in this moment. Well, we're going to see who drops off early as we're going to start having some kills light up on the feed.
That's exactly right. I'm working next to the team right now, dropping towards Geyser. Looks like they're going to fight off the rip. All 3 of them alive and well as it currently stands. Running an interesting team comp. We got a Revenant and Caustic team comp, which is interesting because typically when you have the Revenant, you want to drop the totem and play aggressive. With Caustic, yes, you can play aggressive with that ultimate. You can see a little bit of a wombo combo there. But outside of that, you're not going to be always kind of popping barrels and playing aggressive with Caustic Gas necessarily. He's tends to be a little bit more of a defensive champion. I'm interested to see how this team comp works out if they can make it long enough. But it looks like 303 Esports, our winners of game number 4, are going to lose one early. They're going to have to back out and reset.
Yeah, they're going to have to back out indeed, and they couldn't recover their boys' banner. They're going to have to leave them out there to the wolves. So bye-bye to Senpai. He won't be in this game anymore, as Nexus team are going to be gatekeeping outside of Geyser. So you're going to see their low shields across the board, but that is going to be a purple there on Mr. Ben, and he's going to be able to get that one healed on up. But on the other end of the map, right outside of Lava Town, Lava City, we're going to be on board here with Team Superior.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Team Superior, one of the teams that is on the fringe, on the bubble with ALGS points, so they do need to have a monstrous game here to be able to work their way back up the standings. Yeah, that's exactly right. Where are they at right now? I'm trying to look at the standings as it stands.
They are currently in number 12, John, and so they're gonna have those 26 points, and they're there with Flying Drone and WPA and 303. So and even NRG, all those guys are separated by just 5 points, right? So lots of kills, high placing, and you don't even got to really go for that first place position at 51. You just need to chase down that 42. So that's about 15 points away. Definitely doable, especially with 20 teams left. There's still time for a miracle to happen. Solafide, they can drop any moment right now, as we see Clarify right there on our screen on the ridge line there, and TSM is going to be in this area too.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have a somewhat similar finish, not pulling as much towards Outlook as we saw in the past, but somewhat similar finish to what we saw in game number 4. TSM, a very quick rotation. Fragment, they're still representing that Pathfinder meta that they really defined. I mean, they created that.
Somebody don't like them, John.
Dropped right on them to dodge them. That could have been a little bit scary right there for TSM, but they'll survive. A couple teams nearby. They're just going to want to clear everything out. They should be able to pause and reset here a little bit. Looks like they're out of harm's way for now.
For now at least. We saw them kind of locking down this area of the map. The last one we casted, the circle kind of ended here in this rotation. So looks like our casting dual presence may have brought it back over here towards this area of the map once again. Now, Team Superior, they're going to be fighting outside of Respawn Town here. Multiple thermites being thrown. The rotation here for Bubsby is going to be rotating around there, see if he can get some kills, but he cannot. And we see the disengage here, but they're going to get caught out.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Caught kind of in no man's land right now. And of course, now with Wraith, as of some of the changes this season to Race Kit, you're not going to be able to get that Q as a get out of jail free card. You got to be a little more cautious with it, do a little wiggle strafe with it. And Prodigy Ace is able to kind of reset. They're going to back out. They wanted to try and see if they could reposition, get maybe more towards center circle, but they're going to kind of default back to the same building in which they were already set up. So they'll be kind of posting up. And one thing to keep in mind, there are a couple teams that are on the fringe of qualifying with ALGS points. We have 6 spots as it stands right now. They're going to go to ALGS points, and this Team Superior squad is on that fringe. They need to have a big game. If they don't get top 3, not the end of the world. They still might qualify with points. However, there are also a few teams that must get top 3 in order to qualify, period. HRN is one of them. So this is a huge game for HRN. This is a must-perform game to hold that second or first place spot or top 3 spot to qualify and not have to go through the long, grueling last chance qualifier next weekend alongside RCO, Free Smoke, Nexus, and Did We Make It? Although I think those teams might be looking a little bleak.
Yeah, and based off of ALGS points and current placings in this tournament, it's almost looking like our top 7 teams currently may be progressing on those playoffs. But folks, we're not league ops, and you guys are gonna get those official standings later on. But I'm just saying, if you're a fan of any of those guys, hey, it's looking pretty there, especially we'll say top 8 with NRG there. Now, who's after that? 303. WPA, Flying Drone, all of those guys that sit around 30 or 27 points, they're the ones that's looking scary when it comes down to getting playoff spots, when it comes down to point totals. They need to have really a Cinderella story on this map in this moment, or an amazing LCQ tournament.
That's exactly right. You need to have one hell of a night, of course, and trying to avoid that clock strike at midnight if they can try to make it all the way through, as we're currently waiting and watching. By the way, I like that you paid homage to Respawn. You call it Respawn Town. I like that too, but Respawn Village, which Deltouche coined that earlier today on broadcast.
Respawn Village.
Respawnville for short, RV for very short, if you're really trying to be quick with the call out.
I like that.
What
was yours, John? What was yours?
I called it campsite, or East Fragment campsite, or just campsite is what I would call it. I like Respawnville way better. I'm not going.
Yeah, RV.
Campsite, yes. Nah, doesn't work. All
right, now 303. We were just talking about these guys. They're currently in position 9, and when it comes down to those ALGS points, they're not in the top 20. Well, at least not coming into this tournament. They wasn't. So they need a great game now. Right behind them, well, this is going to be WPA as we see them up. They're going to be up top there towards Refinery. So we'll see as they're going to start making some rotations. Complexity is going to be in this area as well. And look at their loop. You got a Prowler, leg fire, multiple purple armors there. But you still got to win your gunfights.
Yeah, this is hunting season for Complexity when they have that type of loadout, but they're going to get taken out, kind of caught off guard. Nice job, quick revive's going to come through. But if they did have a casualty, Monsoon goes down, they will be near a respawn beacon, and the question is there another team nearby? It looks like it is going to be on
WPA falls.
Oh, that's huge. Big loss to WPA, and now CLG is looking for the third party over this Complexity squad. Nice sonar, kind of going to be a defensive sonar to try and back out. Or is Complexity just out of their minds and going to play aggressive here for some reason?
Hey, regardless, this is a big fight here. Cole, CLG, Everfiner. It's just these two teams here. You got 2 minutes on the clock before this hill has to rotate. So we're going to get some action out of these guys in a bit. We'll see if they want to let anyone get away or, you know, choose maybe not to engage right now. You know, they're going to be on opposite sides of these buildings, so they can definitely rotate if they want to, but they're going to see that Bloodhound sonar go off there, and so they know their opponent's in an area, and from what it seems like on my screen, they're going to be full sending in their direction a little bit. Well, maybe not maybe a half send.
A light send here. It looks like
CLG
will
or like disengage from what from
like
now
disengage, the opposite of ascend. Yeah, like disengage. Now it's a full disengage. To be honest with you, we went from one extreme to the
correct.
other.
Yeah, we went through the whole motions of full send, of full disengage. Just you know, going along with the thought process there of CLG as they're currently in second place, looking to win and beat HRN, just 2 points behind those guys. Now, going to be on board here with Solafide. They are our third position team, and we're going to see the disengage from them. Pride going to use this portal to put them in a better position towards the back of this bubble so they can have all their opponents in front of them.
Exactly right. Solafide currently in third place. Surprisingly, Solafide has not yet qualified. They're a team that got second place 2 times in their online tournament series back in April and May, and since has not been able to sneak into a top 3 finish. They've been kind of on the fringe, though, 4th, 5th place finishes. A team that is definitely consistent. They made the roster change that they're hoping will make the difference. It made the difference for Complexity. Complexity was yet to win a tournament. They pick up Shiny of one of the McCarthy brothers. Now his twin brother Muffins gets picked up by Solafide. We'll see if that makes a difference. Now we're on board with Complexity. It looks like it is going to be, speaking of which, it is going to be Shiny and Monsoon gets revived. Reptar there as well. And they're going to be in a little bit of a fight here. I'd love to listen into the comms of Complexity and see how exactly they play this 3 versus 3. Let's take a look.
He ulted him. I cracked him.
He's cracked 58. He's in the right corner.
Okay, he's only on top.
I'm like getting DDoS, bro.
Okay, do I just go play zone?
Yeah, we gotta go play zone. I'm like disconnecting every couple seconds.
I'm probably just dead.
Nice bubble.
Oh, that's it I hear.
Shiny's just dead.
I'm just dead too. Like...
Keep running, Rep.
I'm trying. They're on my ass. I'm probably just dead. Bro.
Blaze, that is the definition of a catcher's curse. We jump in.
Series
3 versus
of
3.
unfortunate events.
Right? It's a 3 versus 3. I'm like, this is gonna be a great listen in to listen to.
Yo, right? I'm up here gassing it up. Yo, this
early.
engagement is about to be insane, and you know, hey, well, for one team it was, right? Just not the team we did listen in on. So, bye there to CLG. They were in second place. So, with set, and let's take note.
Complexity. That's COL. COL.
Oh, sorry. Complexity. All right, now Complexity was in 13, so
Reigning
CLG
champion.
still in this one. So, all right. COG fans, hey, you guys, you're still in it. My bad. Don't get mad. All right, now back here, we got HRN. Now they're gonna be our #1 squad. Oh, they're dropping Krabers out here. It's just Krabers for free. Ooh, okay. I want to be where they are.
I know that's Christmas if your name is Guy, first name's Guy, and you go by Blaze.
Yeah. Definitely is here. But you look at the setup that they got, John. Got perfect fences here to cover the front. Anybody who hops up is going to get caught in that as well. They got the Kraber, the height advantage. They got sight lines around the whole map. They even got a whole escape route down there at the bottom of the tunnel. But, you know, at this level of gameplay, it'd probably be just, you know, pretty scary just to drop down there without any intel. Now, Millions of Gaming, well, they're going to be getting intel here over by this ridge side, and they're gonna have nobody towards their back. So good position for them for now, at least, because they're gonna have to rotate towards this hill sooner rather than later, with it being a minute on the clock.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Millions Gaming, again, one of those squads we did mention earlier, is one of the fringe kind of bubble teams that's currently within like the top 15-ish of ALGS points, so needs a pretty good game here to close this one out to see if they can try to put themselves in a good position to qualify by points. And keep in mind, they would be the first South American team to qualify. So big shout out to MSG, 2 Chileans and an Argentinian. Meanwhile, we got Nexus team, 3 Brazilians holding it down for South America.
All right, here, as we see, 303. Oh, they're going to be trapped under. Going to lose one player. Fury, he just has to get out and dodge. Going to pop his Q. Going to try to juke his opponents. Can he get this battery off, though? That's the question, and he cannot. Stunny beams him from afar, connects with the headshot. Now on a flip in here, we got Team Liquid, as Casper is going to be able to get across the zip line and pop his battery as well. Lucky for him, that's going to be a gold shield on his back. So looking good, looking great. Team Liquid, they're going to be center zone, John, and they're going to have to be careful in this position. All right, now, as we see here. Let's go this way. Yes, okay.
Target over there.
Yeah.
You know, Team Liquid's performance in this entire series,
let's
2
see
games
here. Now, as we got HRN here, over there towards this lower side. Now, once again, we talked about HRN setup there towards that top tube. So they got a nice little setup there. Kraber in hand. Oh, gonna miss that shot though. Drop backs. Now, 15 teams remaining as we're about to start entering where this 4th circle is gonna be. 2 minutes on the clock there. And we talked earlier about our teams that are kind of on that bubble when it comes down to qualifying. HRN, you got CLG there, and Solar Fide. They are currently in those top 3 spots, everybody. They're sitting pretty. Smile, Aim Assist, Sentinel, Team Solo Mid are going to be chasing them. And a lot of those guys, hey, John, they already got those qualified spots in the playoffs, as we already know. But let's see how these rotations are going to come through here for the late game.
Yeah, a lot of them have already qualified, and a few of these teams have pretty much near guaranteed qualification, but they're consistent play in ALGS points. Solafide, NRG, Flying Drone, Godsent, and Sentinels are all in a pretty good spot to make it through ALGS points. The teams that are kind of on the fringe, almost in our millions, Team Superior, CLG, and 303. HRN need the top 3 finish as they currently stand, so Millions, one of those teams, as mentioned, is going to take out their counterparts over in South America, the Brazilian squad, so perhaps a little bit of Argentina versus Brazil rivalry as the Argentinian gets the advantage alongside the 2 Chileans on that squad. Meanwhile, back on board with Aim Assist.
All right, Aim Assist, man. You look at how they've been playing all day. They've just been putting on a show for us. And currently, I don't think they're going to stop anytime soon. You take a look at their loot. They're suited and booted, sitting pretty. So we're going to be making this rotation towards Epicenter. But look at where this next hill is going to be. I know they don't want to be fighting any uphill battles, so they need to be careful about how low that they go into the center of that.
That's exactly right. 2/3 of Team Liquid now on board of Casper and Nocturnal of TL. Team Liquid, of course, got 2nd place in our last ALGS tournament with a solid showing. One thing to keep in mind here as well, I know we've mentioned it maybe once or twice, but it's important. The top seeds will have an advantage in the playoffs. The first seed will start with 10 points in that Krakow match point format that we loved from the grand finals in Krakow. That's making a return in the playoffs, and if you have a top seed, starting with the first seed, you have a 10-point advantage in that final. So ALGS points, consistency are super important here. Don't think that TSM, Team Liquid, these teams are not playing for something big. They're playing for something huge.
Oh yeah, you gotta love the format of how the league has been set up. It's always something to play for. And that's what we love as fans and competitors, always making it meaningful. Now, this fight is going to be a meaningful one for RCO, as this is another team that we're looking to qualify, putting out some damage right there, but the Pathfinder charges through, connects with the right hook, and the team finishes them off. Aim Assist, they're in the mix.
Amos just wants this fight. They love these close quarters engagements. It looks like it was NRG that got 3 eliminations right there, putting themselves in a pretty good position. TSM lights up the kill feed as well. Aim assist getting tagged up, but you know, if they're not downed, they are ready to do absolute work and such damage. So they'll be able to heal up, and they'll be able to recover in this one. TSM still alive, putting in work over Team Liquid and Team Superior, as TSM is not done yet. One member of Team Liquid left. It's going to be Nocturnal.
All right, Nocturnal, what you gonna do here? You're trapped between a rock and a very fearsome team on the other end. Gotta be careful. Gotta make sure he's fully batteried up. 4 shields there, and he's gonna connect with a full beam there from that cannon, from that charge rifle. Hell, sorry, it was looking like a special beam cannon the way he connected with it. Now, Nocturnal, he's gonna have to sit here for a while. His opponents know exactly where he is. It may not be good for the Liquid fans, John, as I don't see what type of possible rotation he can make coming out of there.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in. Meanwhile, a team that's in a great spot right now is Aim Assist. They're going to find their prey, and like a predator, they're hunting. It looks like they have an opportunity. I think I'm not sure if they spouted out what they think might be a rat or just 1 or 2 people. It looks like they're going to try and capitalize, but they put themselves in a bad spot. Gentrifying is going to get absolutely melted. He goes down. Now it's all up to Resulta and Designful, the controller gods themselves. What can they do? They connect for only a 26 shot with the Mastiff. That one's going to matter more. They get 1. Resulta always finds a way with 1 HP to survive. I don't know how he does it, but Aim Assist does it again.
He was over there bouncing up and down like Rafiki the Rally Rabbit, one of the Apex community's favorite pets now, as we got a chance to see him today dodging those shots. So they stay in it, and they're going to keep on progressing. Now, CLG, they're at the bottom of this hillside, but they are going to have some of that safe zone. So they don't have to move around here from yet. But, John, we are now in our final 3 teams of the last game of the day.
Plays Counter Logic Gaming in their debut as a new roster, and the banner is in a huge spot, great position to potentially close this game out. And with a first place finish in this game, assuming HRN is not alive, which they are not, I don't believe, CLG is in a position to win this game. And look at this, Designful in a horrible spot. He's going to be tagged up. He's going to get taken out. And in the end, it's going to be TSM versus CLG. And TSM does end up on top. But you might think that might be enough points for CLG to leapfrog HRN for the first place spot. What a finish for TSM and CLG.
What a finish indeed. We're definitely going to be some shifting. We're going to see some shifting of these placings at the end of that matchup. But wow. I think definitely CLG takes the top spot, John. HRN, they may be in a good position, but that just depends on where Solo Fide they ended up. And TSM with a win and a bunch of kills. Hey, they were sitting with 32 points there. And, well, sorry, not 32 points. 32 points, well, coming into that game, and only 19 separated them from first. So, hey, with a 12 placing in points, we'll see what the kills are looking like at the end of that game. But, hey, overall, man, what a great day. We got a chance to cast some great Apex action. The pros put on a show. And I hope you you guys at home who was watching had just as well of a time as we did up here.
That's exactly right. Blaze, welcome back to the team, my man. Great to have you back casting some Apex. It was a pleasure as always. And like you said, the day certainly did not disappoint. The storylines are insane.
Not at all.
HRN needs a top 3. If Aim Assist, who had a great showing, or TSM, who had a very good showing there, leapfrog into the top 3, that kicks HRN out. So I'm going to be anxiously waiting to see if HRN was able to stay in that top 3. Otherwise, they're going to have to play through the last chance qualifier next week because they won't qualify by points. A crazy finish. By the way, Uris, great follow on Twitter. I highly recommend it. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to the desk because we got to break down the standings and the action. Over to you, Kate and T Squared.
Okay, Tom, I just have to say this. I have been excited for TSM ever since that empire they had was unfortunately brought down. And now we find them last game, game 6 of our Super Regional number 4. They finally find themselves back at the top of that winner's bracket there. Tell me how this happened.
Yeah, Empire, Dynasty, whatever you want to call it. One of the things about TSM is even though they've qualified, they're one of the teams you could bet your money on every single time to come out as hot as possible because of the fact they have great leadership in Hal. Al really is really fired up, and then Reps follows suit and listens to these guys, and it's kind of the silent killer in this squad. So if you're going to bet on anyone again, it's going to be TSM to always continue to put the pedal to the metal. They're so professional in the way that they have the approach to the game and taking it seriously, but it's only a matter of time before they start to get into their final form in their old form and start to get that confidence back. So it's really nice to see them finish this strong in game number 6. And now we get to take a look at the points to see exactly what happened. Solafide dropped a little bit early in that match, so I feel like if anyone is going to move outside of the top 3, it potentially is going to be them. But I'm going to be looking at HRN. Are they going to have enough points to secure that top 3? They start off the day with a W. Let's see if they can finish here with a top 3 and qualify for their chance at $500,000 in our playoffs.
Boy, you are not wrong, and we do not have to wait long either for those Game 6 standings. We have them ready to go. Let's see who is on top. We already know it was TSM, of course, with the solid 8 kills. Aim Assist also bringing in the 8 kills there, Tom.
Yeah, and look at Liquid with 7 kills. Keep in mind, they only had 2 players, Casper and Nocturnal. They didn't have Flanker because of internet connection issues, so great job by them. Great job by Aim Assist. A lot of the teams that we had on our teams to watch coming out here in the final game, Flying Drone possibly could have worked their way in towards that possible final fight, but unfortunately for them fell a little bit short there, getting 5th place with 2 kills. So it's going to be interesting as we look at this final leaderboard again. What happens with Solafide? Are they going to get over towards the top 3? Who's going to move up? Is it going to be TSM? And if so, how far will they do so?
Well, Tom, it feels like the right time to find out. Let's take a look at our overall standings. Who's going home with the W today? Show me CLG coming in hot on top. HRN to follow, and TSM just edging out Aim Assist. Wow, Tom, is this something we were expecting? Walk me through. I'm speechless.
Just such a great comeback from CLG. We were talking about how they were the first team eliminated as the day started for them in the first game in Kings Canyon. They split up. They didn't take a portal. You started to worry if you're a CLG fan. Are the comms off? Are they going to get into it after that? They didn't. They cooled down. They came into the next game hot, won that one, and then just continued to have game after game where they were piling on enough points to take first here. But congratulations for HRN. They have made it into the playoffs. They have their shot at $500,000. And what a good job by TSM as well in that final game, coming in, cleaning up, and proving that they are as consistent as any other team in the world, constantly being in that top 3, always showcasing true professionalism and talent.
I mean, you have not said words that were more important than those right there. Oh my gosh, I feel like we haven't been grinding, Tom, but I feel like we've been like, this entire day is just full of ups and downs. And I think this last game was a real testament to sort of, we had in the early days today in the EMEA rounds, we had some great aggression right up front. Game 1, game 2, awesome, back and forth. And then this game 6 for the Americas was just all over the map, pun intended.
Yeah, it was all over the map, and that's how game 6s go, especially when anybody can win. Lots of teams were fighting for that first place. HRN, unfortunately, didn't have the big game they were looking for, but I really feel for Solafide, who came in, I think, 2nd place overall and then drops all the way out of the top 3 in the 5th. They were eliminated in that 17th or 16th spot, so accumulating 0 points in the final game, not the way that they wanted to go out, but you have to give credit where credit's due. These other teams came in, performed when they needed to, and that's what you want to see if you're a fan, is you want to see it come down to that final game like it did tonight.
Well, we've also got some kill count leaderboards that I definitely want to showcase right now, because there is no IN team, but certainly there is an ME. So let's take a look. And no, Designful, not surprising. We heard that name over and over again today with 19 kills. Tom, who else are we seeing here pulling in the top kills?
Yeah, looking at CLG, Vaxlon there really being the MVP for his team today because of the fact that they won, so shout out to him. But Designful, he had a huge game on that airbase ending over in Kings Canyon. He had 8 kills last time I checked, so that really helped him push forward, because when you look at 2nd place, 13 kills, he almost got that in 1 game. So that big game there for Aim Assist really helps skyrocket them over towards the top 5. 4th place is what they finish overall. Hal sneaking his way over in towards the top 5, but so many players tied for 10. Nobody getting close to Designful at 19.
Sounds like a plan, and GG to those on our top 20 and certainly our top 3 that got us here. But now it feels like the right time to talk about WTP, well, TPWPA. Boy, there's so many times we hear different names and I can never remember, but we've actually got a moment of the match brought to you by Lenovo. And I want to go ahead and start this off right now. We're going to get into those comms in a little bit, but you know, Tom, you're going to see right now, it's that 3v3 versus Sentinels. And I want to take, oh, well, actually, before we get there, my apologies. I jumped the gun there, my friends, but we are going to continue talking here just about our final game 6. We want to showcase this moment of the match here in just a hot second. Oh, here it is indeed. Tom, take me through just at the beginning here. We'll get into comms in about 15 seconds, but tell me what we're seeing here.
Yeah, this is Protectable dropping it like it's hot, like he was in a music video.
I point you light, draw me light, draw me light, draw me light.
I don't have any, I have 60.
Give me crack, I think he cracked. Draw. I think we're dropping him. I beamed him. I'm dropping, nice.
14, 32, 14, 32. You win.
80. Nice one. Put your arm shoot down.
You have armor drop if you need.
We won this.
And Tom, you were just saying, apologies for that comms coming into there, but you were just talking about this even the last game when we broke down how things went, going high to going low and the risk that involves.
Yeah, and it's kind of frowned upon to drop when you have high ground, but not when you do so much damage, not when you call out that you're dropping and your teammates follow it with confidence. And if you sit there and scream, I've never seen you lose these or you win these, 100%, 1,000% going to win it. You never lose.
You never lose, indeed. And of course, that was the moment of the match there. Tom, I mean, we've now been through 4 different super regionals, and the only thing left is next week's last chance qualifiers. If you are one of those teams that needs it, if you're one of those teams that barely made it, if you're one of those teams that is a long shot, how are you looking at last chance, and what is it that you can see on the other end? Because last chance is hard enough. These super regionals are hard enough. Then you get to playoffs.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams are going to go advanced now and be inside of the playoffs. So if you're kind of on the bubble, that's where your confidence should skyrocket, because you realize that now you've become one of the strongest teams in the lobby, because the TSMs, the complexities, the aim assists, they're already gone and moved on because of the fact that they've won or gotten top 3, or they've had enough ALGS points. So now what you're going to look at is, okay, what are these top 5 teams going in? Who are the favorites going to be? And then they need to just practice their butts off and get ready for what's going to happen at this LCQ, because this is going to be wild, unpredictable, way more wild and unpredictable than any other Apex tournament we've had so far.
They call it last chance for a reason. Well, let's take a look at what you as our community have been saying around the globe. We've got some tweets here. Chilling with my bearded dragon Spike. Oh, I'm also a lizard mom. Apex on PS4 and watching the tournaments. And you know what? Tango, well done, my friends. That is a good-looking bearded dragon and a great setup. And ran full suite, only wishing I could join the PC community, get 760 MPS, MVP. I can't say words. More than most people I know. Okay, yeah, that's true, actually. One of our crew members said 800, so well done. Always wanted to play Apex on PC. Meanwhile, having to watch ALGS on PS4. Love what y'all are doing. Oh, another Sola Fide fan. RIP. RIP indeed. And Tom, looks like we've got and cool. Watched EU finals in the night, went to sleep, woke up to see. Now, see, this is what I'm talking about, Tom. This is what I mean. This is from Love from India. Thank you so much for being a part of our show. This is what I mean about us following the sun, our global audience. Tom, it's great to see. Take a look at this here right now. All these games have me shook. So is Crypto. Aw. And Tom, you're a fan of the fan art.
I am a fan of the fan art and the previous tweet. That guy sitting in complete darkness like a true gamer.
Oh, and Tom, this one asked what happened to your glasses. I believe those are blue light glasses you had on there. Is that correct, Tom?
I did, yeah. I just took them off temporarily. I like to, just switch once in a while. Yes, switch it up. And one time they fogged up on me during the broadcast. I don't know if you saw that. So I don't have windshield wipers on these, unfortunately. And I have... So yeah, I ended up just taking off, all the lights and the computers and things like that. But yeah, love the tweets. Thank you guys so much for sending them in. Each one of you got 1,000 Apex coins.
Absolutely. Now, if you want to keep up with all of our action, make sure to go and follow us on Twitter at PlayApex. Use the hashtag ALGS if you find yourself on our stream. As you mentioned, 1,000 Apex coins. If you want to continue with all of the drama, you want to see the VODs, well, that's where you're going to go, and that is YouTube. YouTube.com/PlayApexCompete or Twitch.tv/PlayApex. We are literally everywhere you want to be. Anyone else remember those? At any rate, something else you want to be at, and that is a little game in esport called FIFA. FIFA indeed. That is the place. Oh, actually, before we get to FIFA, my apologies. That's a tease. That's what we call a tease. Oh, actually, here we go. Thank you to production for keeping up with my crazy antics here. FIFA 20 Champions League Invitational. Bring together 8 European competitors. Lifted the major FIFA trophies all. Who will claim the title of Champion of Champions? Gosh only knows. Coverage starts 5 p.m. British time on August the 20th. Stay tuned to twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA to call all the action. And hey, speaking of action, it's called The Sims, y'all, and it's actually called The Sims Sparked. It's the first ever reality competition. Well, it celebrates amazing players in the Sims community. There's a 4-episode arc. It features time, skill, elimination challenges. Players are inspired to tell their personal stories with limitless imagination. Limitless imagination is exactly the way I like my imagination.